Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we've got a very long, creepy Backwoods stories compilation. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. There are lots of situations where I went camping and it snowed, or it was super cold, or there were small accidents. But there's one that stands out to me that took a while to deal with, and it was fairly recent. I was visiting my family, and I decided to bring my gear to go camping with my dad and my youngest brother. We had never been with just the three of us as adults. My dad was in declining health at this point in time, and was going to need a transplant soon. So we stayed close and went car camping nearby in the mountains. It was a beautiful spot, and it ended up being a super nice time. Very chill, good food, fun conversation around the fire. We woke up in the morning and started making coffee and breakfast, and my dad went to go use the restroom. He was pretty weak, and we watched him basically just collapse and fall forward, face first, down an embankment of boulders into a wash or gully or whatever you want to call it. We jumped up and ran to him. His nose looked broken, his face sliced. The top of his hand had degloved due to his thin skin. He was concussed, but mostly okay. I went into overdrive, grabbed a tarp from under a tent, and threw it over the seat of my brother's car. We washed off what dirt we could from my dad and set up to take him down the mountain to the hospital, which wasn't terribly far away. I stayed behind to clean up camp and process aging family and life circumstances changing. And then it gets worse. The doctor was pretty skeptical of his injuries, tested his blood alcohol content, thinking that he might be drunk in spite of the fact that he had been going through treatment for liver disease. And he was right. Something like 0.2% at 7 a.m. My dad had been suffering from pretty bad depression from being so sick, so he had decided to just go the whole way. From what I understand, the drinking wasn't what triggered the disease, but definitely was exacerbated by it. It was rough, in ways that I still don't fully comprehend. The good news is that it was a big wake-up call, I think even for him. So he told a lot of people in his community, stopped drinking, ended up getting a transplant. We went winter camping last month now that he has been recovering, mostly to just have another experience that wasn't so traumatic. It was nice though. I will still say that one trip was one of my top 5 for the hardest days of my life. My parents and I got lost in Grand Gulch for 2 days. On the tail end of a 5-day trip, we were exiting the canyon. The route seemed a lot more difficult than we anticipated. We knew there would be a faint trail, if any, but once we crested the rim, we found out that we were way off course. Knowing the general direction we needed to head, we started walking and conserving water as much as we could, having left the multitude of water pockets in the canyon below us. We slept that night under a pinyon pine and shared our last couple power bars, hoping to find some source of water the next day in the open desert. After a few miles, the next morning, we finally came upon a faint road that became more pronounced as we went on. This road brought some good feelings knowing we stashed a shuttle bike for someone to ride the last 8 or so miles to the van. Finally, we got to the bike cache, and my stepdad hopped on as a rainstorm started rolling in. After half an hour or so, it turned to a full downpour, which was great because we were really thirsty. After walking what felt like an eternity and wondering where our ride was, we walked upon the primitive, empty, other than our van, parking lot. we see my stepdad tearing through it trying to get it started. It had a dead battery. He ended up riding through thick mud another 6 miles to the highway to try and flag someone down. He ended up catching the eye of a ranger out patrolling. He got us a tow truck and took us in to Blanding, Utah, while we got that jerk of a van running again. That felt like a lot for 11-year-old me. My fiance and I were on a camping trip last summer in Arkansas, casually grilling some dinner when we heard someone loudly yelling for help. I ran a few campsites over to find a clearly drunk man standing in a pool of his own blood. Apparently he had dropped his knife and nicked an artery in his ankle, which was spurting blood like a fountain. My fiance was not far behind me and helped get it wrapped up and elevated while I ran back for my phone to call an ambulance, only to find out that I had no cell service. I knew there was a hospital roughly 20 miles away, so I made a judgment call, and I loaded the man up into his truck and took off. Now is a good time to mention that blood makes me super squeamish, and I think pure adrenaline is the only thing that kept me from passing out at the wheel. I made it to the hospital in 12 minutes, just as he started slurring his speech and hinting at losing consciousness. I still remember the pool of blood spilling out of the door off the floor mat as they took him inside. My fiance picked me up from the hospital and we headed back. We ended up having to watch his dog and tried our best to have a normal evening. The man showed back up at around 10:30 p.m. with 18 stitches. The doctor had told him that if we hadn't been there or we had waited for an ambulance, he would have bled out and died. Horrifying situation, but we saved a man's life. I went camping up at Rock Island, Wisconsin over the summer. For anyone who hasn't been there, you have to take a ferry off of Door County to Washington Island, and then a second boat to Rock Island. It's totally primitive, remote, and has a lot of history. The island has 3 separate cemeteries and building remains from early settlers. It was a perfect clear night, so my husband and I wanted to go stargazing at a field about a quarter mile from our campsite. To get there, you had to pass by one of the cemeteries. Just as we did, maybe halfway to the field, a thick fog starts rolling in. We decide to keep going when I noticed a set of glowing eyes in the distance. I start freaking out, and I get my husband to shine his flashlight over in that direction. Suddenly, 3 to 4 more sets of eyes appear, just as the fog really starts to thicken. We immediately started sprinting back to camp after nearly crapping ourselves. Turns out, the whole island is home to a whole heck of a lot of foxes who like to wander near the campsites at night, and they all decided to visit just as we were making our way out. I personally have 2 camping horror stories. Number 1, my wife and I hiked and camped backcountry in Glacier National Park a few years ago. 12 miles in, no cell signal. Tent site locations were strictly set. You have to camp exactly where your permit says. Ours was next to 2 tall dead trees. Besides that, it's totally open landscape. Bushes, rocks, other sparse tall dead trees. At 4 a.m., a huge thunderstorm rolled in. Crazy wind, rain, and lightning. Nowhere to run and hide. Pitch black darkness besides bright flashes of light. I was scared to death for the entirety of the storm, anticipating the trees crashing down on our tent. But in the end, we did make it out. And then, my second story. 2012, Shenandoah National Park backcountry. I was camping solo in a hammock with a fly over top. The guidelines from the fly stretched out about 10 feet into the surrounding woods. Around midnight, I heard some rustling in the woods, and by dim moonlight, I saw 2 black bears appear. They approached my camp casually, rooting for food in the leaves and rocks. Eventually, they were at the 10-foot mark. I could hear them breathing. They flipped over several large rocks around the perimeter, looking for grubs or whatever. My biggest fear was that one of them would accidentally stumble into and become entangled in the thin guidelines of the fly, get angry and confused and flip out. I laid awake from midnight to 2 a.m. with a Fox 40 whistle in my mouth and a 3-inch foldable pocket knife ready to defend my life. In the end, though, they just wandered off. Ultimately, I consider these both to be fantastic memories, although at the time I experienced severe mental discomfort. I worried about bears for many years after the Shenandoah incident, but I eventually got over it, and now I sleep like a log whenever I camp, regardless of the surroundings or animal species present. Me, my wife, and our 3 kids in Franconia Notch, New Hampshire. We spent the week at a campground, visiting the basin and all kinds of cool spots. We were hiking the Ridge Trail, etc. On the second night, we got back late from hiking, ate, and cleaned the dishes, and we were putting everything in our car, and a big black bear shows up and gets close enough that I could have touched his nose. I banged a big metal spoon on a pot right in its face. I thought he would either run or kill me. Luckily, he ran, but came right back. I did it again and followed him with it. That is the second most scariest thing from the trip. Number 1 goes to the last night that we were there. It was 4th of July, hot and sunny all day. We watched fireworks in a nearby town and came back to camp. Around midnight, a storm came in so strong that rain was getting under the fly. So I went out with my son to put a tarp over the tent. Large tree branches were coming off and rolling through the campground, and very tall trees were bending low to the ground. I watched people abandon their tents and drive off, and their tents just blew away into the trees. I had no choice but to wait it out, since I lived 14 hours away in Pennsylvania, and I didn't want to leave my stuff behind. By morning, telephone poles were down, and the place was a complete mess. I got no sleep all day, and all night I waited for certain death, then attempted to drive home 14 hours. I made it to a farm in Vermont and took a nap while everyone else visited the farm store. It's a great memory, but insanely scary at the same time. When I was about 13, I was camping with family, and as I was sleeping, I woke up in the middle of the night and was just staring at the fire. As I was staring at the fire, I saw a man, or at least a figure of a man, walk up to the fire, remove a burning log from the fire, put it on his shoulder, and walk away until he disappeared, and the fiery log with him. Till this day, I don't understand what happened. I was terrified but couldn't scream. And when we all woke up, I looked around the fire and saw some cans of gas and lighter fluid rather close by. And I can't help but to wonder if that figure was some kind of otherworldly entity who may have saved our lives by removing the log. Because had the fire stayed the size it was, it would have caused a huge fire with the slightest change in the wind. A buddy and I were camping in Backwoods, Idaho mountains, pretty far from everyone in the middle of the week. Nearest town is like 600 people an hour away. We got camp set up around 7, and we get a fire going to cook hot dogs. We're just chilling around the fire when it gets dark. We're just snacking on like Cheetos and stuff. As we talk, we heard branches up the mountain from us cracking. It sounded as if something was stepping on bushes and stuff. We stopped talking and the noises stopped as well. We were a little unnerved, but we brought guns to go shooting the next day, and we've got a pretty big fire going, so we started talking again. The rustling gets closer, like something or someone is moving down the mountain. We stop talking, and the noises stop again. This happens like 2 more times. We talk, something or someone moves closer. We stop, the noises stop. Finally, when whatever or whoever it was is like 200 feet away in the dark, I grabbed my rifle out of the truck and put a shot into the air. Whatever it was leaves up the mountainside in pitch black. We're talking like 400 feet in 30 seconds. I didn't think that it was an elk or bear or cattle. It was super eerie, and it knew to stop when we stopped talking. But I don't think it could have been a person. It moved way too quickly up the hill in dense brush and pitch black. We've not gone back there ever since. This isn't exactly a camping story, but when I was 15, we lived on a 5-acre property outside of a small town, surrounded by woods that I regularly explored during the day. I got into a fight with my parents and ran out of the house, hiding behind a hill in the backyard until I saw them get into the vehicle and leave. I then entered the house, went to my room, grabbed a duffel bag that I was storing supplies in under my bed, added my pillow and blanket and left again, grabbing my bike. I then walked into the house through my usual path at the back of the property. I went to my usual place, an old house, well, the remnants of a basement to what was once a house. I set to work turning the large circle hole, about 5 feet deep, lined with bricks into my shelter. I didn't complete the roof, but figured I would get to that the next day. I didn't build a fire. I grabbed my blanket and pillow to lie down shortly after dark. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, I hear a twig snap and promptly set up. I calm myself down, assuring myself that animals step on branches and stuff too and I was just overreacting. Just as I'm about to drift off again, I hear someone ringing a bell. I sat up, threw my pillow and blanket in my bag and walked out of the woods, leaving my bike behind. This time I went out towards the highway, which was a considerably faster way to exit the woods. Parked by the barrier was 3 cars, adding confirmation that humans were with me in the woods for an unknown reason. I walked quickly down the highway to our house and went inside to find that we had visitors. Technically, they were there because they were helping my parents look all over town for me. No one thought to check the woods. I put my bag down while I found out the details of the search and received my parents' lectures for scaring them. I was sent to bed and had to come back down to get my pillow and blanket. It was then that everyone paid attention to my bag. The main guy who had helped them even looked in and was surprised by how prepared I was to live in the woods. I had dishes, pans, a hatchet and shovel, along with spare clothes and some other random stuff that I don't recall. I never entered those woods after dark again, and I found out shortly after that the house that was burned down that I was staying at supposedly used to house a family of cannibals who had killed a bunch of people in the area, and they were burned alive when they were caught, and then their house was torn down. I never did admit that that was my special place in the woods. In college, I went camping and hunting with a girlfriend on an island where my family has a very tiny plot of unusable land. The island borders the ship channel in coastal Louisiana, about 5 miles from the Gulf. This place is relatively new, but I've scouted it before. We get to the spot, and I have to pull my boat across about 60 yards worth of 4-inch water over a sandy bottom to get close to the shoreline. I then bury a big 4-foot aluminum rod as far as I can get it into the sand with my bow rope on it. Boat's tied up, girlfriend is excited. We bushwhacked our way through somewhat of a sandy clearing on a hill next to a small bluff where the boat is staked and tied below. First issue, no mosquito repellent, and they were awful. Whatever. We pick up and head into the thicket, being careful because there were signs of massive hogs out there. We find a spot, set up, and start hunting. Aside from the mosquitoes, we didn't see anything but a really pretty sunset. And that is when it all went to crap. I didn't have a flashlight. We ended up getting into some thick stuff on the way back, and pigs started darting around. We could hear them, but we couldn't see them. I only had the laser on my AR, which was absolutely useless for vision. She's freaking out. Pigs are crashing around. We pushed forward slowly and made it out, and quickly walked back to camp to start a fire. We had to shoo some wild cows away from our spot, and one broke one of my tent poles, but whatever, it was still working. We started a fire and ate, and everything was a little bit better. So we turned in. I tossed and turned. It was like 60 degrees, but the humidity and fog was so bad that it was dripping off the roof of the tent. Soaking wet, cold. We were just trying to make it through the night. I woke up to the sound of a hurricane, waves crashing ridiculously loud. I thought, what the heck? Then I thought about the boat. I ran down there with no light, only the laser on my AR and the dim light of the moon through the fog. A big LNG ship had come down the channel, and it pushes a wall of water that, when it gets to the shallows, curls up and crashes and drags trees. It's pretty violent. So I look around. No boat. I am in full panic now. I start shining the laser around, hoping to bounce off of something. It took about a minute, and I hit the shiny reflective boat registration tag. It was well into the ship channel. I ditched my pants and gun and started swimming, at night in the ship channel. I get to my boat, tangled in trees from the bow rope and half sunk. I got it back finally, and it was about 5 a.m. Once there was enough light, I packed up the tent and we left. That was absolutely the worst night camping in my entire life. My husband, my older children, and I were camping in southern Colorado in the summer of 2020. This was a multi-state loop over close to 2 weeks, and our last sight out of 4. Before dawn on our first night, in the Durango area in a federal campground, we both woke up incompletely because someone was walking around outside our tent with a flashlight. We were both acutely aware that someone was outside our tent, but we both also perceived other things were happening and realized that it wasn't the time to bolt up and run outside with a gun. We discussed this later that morning, and we both were conscious, but perceived intuitively that we should not react to what was happening, so we did not. It was the local sheriff walking around within inches of our tent and shining a flashlight into our tent. The sheriff didn't address us, wake us up, or ask any questions. Late the night before, as we were going to sleep after pitching camp after dark, we heard loud screaming and arguing. My husband just assumed that it was a party of drunk people, and I remember him telling me to go to bed with the girls and not to worry. It was a violent domestic dispute in a campsite, several parcels over from us, and by the time it was pre-dawn, the sheriff had been called. The instigator, alleged, parked his truck 20 feet from our campsite in the middle of the night and fled. The armed sheriff had been looking for him when he walked around our tent and shined his flashlight into our tent. Had either my husband or I decided that we were in mortal danger, and rushed outside with a weapon, we would have had a bad situation. For our first anniversary, I took my husband on his first real camping trip. He's 13 years older than me, but his family had never been into it, and as an adult, he just did drinking trips with his friends. We originally went to the St. Croix State Park, which turned out to be like a KOA with trees and more mosquitoes. We got a shadow show when the people across the road from us decided to passionately hug in their dining tent with a lantern lit. The next day, we talked to a park ranger, and after explaining what we were looking for in a campsite, she recommended that we go to the forest instead, gave us a refund on our remaining nights, and directions to the camping area. It was exactly what we wanted, and about 25 miles into the forest. We got set up and made something to eat. Afterwards, my husband got to work making a cleaning stick. This involved swinging his knife at the end of the stick he was holding. My husband, being adamant about knife safety, this seemed odd to me. I asked him if this was dangerous, to which he said, "A little." I asked if he was worried about getting hurt. He replied, "Not really," and promptly swung the knife into his left pointer finger. His knives are extremely sharp. I jumped up, grabbed the first aid kit, cleaned and butterflied the wound, and suggested going to the hospital, but he wouldn't hear of it, because he hates hospitals. The nearest one was about 50 miles from the town. That was 25 miles from our campsite, and he didn't want to ruin the trip. He busted his wound care open a few times. After the fourth time, I told him that if it happened again, we were going to the hospital because the accumulated blood loss was getting to a level that I wasn't comfortable with. He said no, and explained that he just kept forgetting and bending his finger. I looked around the tent, grabbed an empty cigarette pack. He smoked back then. Tore it apart, folded up a section, covered it from end to end with waterproof tape from the first aid kit, and taped it to his finger. 2 days later, we go home just in time for him to get ready and go to work as a security guard at Regions Hospital. He takes all the wound care off in the car right before walking into work. During his shift, the head nurse of the hospital came into where he was doing a patient watch. He asked her if she minded taking a look at his finger, after already telling her that he went camping deep in the woods for his anniversary. She was amazed at how well it was taken care of, and asked him who did it, so he explained that I had, and told her the details. She told him that I would make a great ER nurse because of how well I kept my head, and said that if I ever wanted to go to school for it, she would sponsor me. I never pursued it, but it still makes me proud to know that I did that well. He has a small scar, but never lost any ability to use that finger.
I am a 25-year-old female. At the time of this story, I was 16 or 17. My then boyfriend and 2 of our other friends decided to go camping in a small patch of woods next to a neighborhood that was being developed. And the small patch of woods was roughly 900 feet across both ways. On the left side, if you were viewing it from the road, was the underdeveloped neighborhood. No people living in the houses. They're mainly just wood and no windows, just actual walls. And on the right side was about a mile-long driveway that led up to a house a little over a half mile past the patch of woods. Pretty deserted. So we get to our tent, fire pit, chairs, etc. set up, and we're relaxing as it starts to get dark, when we hear extremely loud screaming coming from a woman, maybe 400 to 500 feet away. At first, there weren't any words that we could make out, but then there was a help and a no, and then the loudest, most terrifying scream was cut off mid-scream. We can't see through these trees. They're thick, and it's getting dark. So we get out, leave all our stuff behind. As we're walking back to the underdeveloped neighborhood where we parked, keep in mind the screaming was coming from over that way of the woods, so we had to get out near the long driveway to the road, around the tiny bit of woods into the underdeveloped neighborhood where we'd parked. I'm immediately on the phone with police who are trying to tell me that it was just a cat in heat. From where we parked, we were facing the woods. A man comes out, dragging something in heavy sheets / cloth / something, spots us and starts coming towards our car. The police pulled in right then. The man ran, and as it turned out, he had killed a woman about 400 feet from where we were camping. Don't know if he was ever caught, but please, let's not meet. To understand my story, you sort of have to know a tiny bit about trespassing laws in our country, in that we don't have any so long as you're respectful and non-destructive. We can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing, so long as once you leave the area, it's how you found it. I used to love camping when I was little. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge, since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There's always yachts just bobbing off the short pier with people in them and other campers lining up and down the beach. Most of them also had children and teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out and got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I'm really bad with time, but I know this because I got my dog in winter of 2010. After picking her out that November from the shelter as a birthday gift from me to me, as I paid her adoption fee. Reddit, I know you love dogs, and she will be very important to the story later on. So let me tell you a bit about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dogfighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is exactly, but my best guess is a lurcher staffy mix. She's a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people, and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. She'll have you. So, by the time of this camping trip, I'd had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but far as my family are concerned, dogs go on camping trips. So, we all piled into the car and she came too. Unusually though, none of my family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we'd left a bit later, although I don't remember why we'd left later than normal, we arrived at sunset. Not a good time to be building a tent, but we'd expected to arrive to other campers already set up on the beach illuminated in campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year and I wanted her to have some air. Always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we're fumbling about in the dark on a beach, in the middle of nowhere, it's pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big zero shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying attention to the road. I was more complaining that I was tired, as kids do. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom's asking him, had he seen that car drive around? It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low, except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said, it must be the security. I don't know why a random beach would have security. I think what she meant was the wildlife trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their nosy. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger to him. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool. A junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, probably about 15 inches. Although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, because once he saw this man, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit low-key with the guy and told him that this was fine. We'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put dad and her relationship with him above us. This isn't how it went down. A bolt from the black like a wolf descending upon its prey took us all by surprise. Most of all, the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator large canines represent in nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife, as it had been in the arm that she had got him by. He kicked her. He punched her and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, muzzle covered in blood. Quickly as we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident, I looked Parmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I'd left it. We think what happened was when the shouting started, she must have put her paws up on the gap I'd left for her. As it was an old car and had the rolly down windows and not an electric button, we think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We're all pretty scared, and since we had the dog with us, we couldn't book it into a hotel for a night. My parents decided just to drive us home, so we could all feel safe. But first had to drive into the nearest town for gas, as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she'd just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a petrol station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer to get a better look and stuck his head out the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. Never. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van, so we hadn't seen him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting in the boot of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was removed. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much gas, we realized, as we began driving. We were going to break down. That's fine, Dad said. We had AAA coverage. They'd come tow us home, or at least to somewhere acceptable for the night. It's better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flash us from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on gas. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps, so it wouldn't upset us, but we weren't really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for about 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I didn't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, he drove into a petrol station and refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. Sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened. They never got back to her after that, but apparently the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description given of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he was actually the guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then? Other than crazy man on the beach, let's not meet. Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now. Old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day. I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken to a shelter where her mother and siblings all found homes for her. Despite how badly people treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. If you're able to, please adopt. You might find yourself in a good situation like mine one day. I promise you, if you're willing to save a four-legged friend's life, they'll pay you back tenfold if they're able to, without a thought for their own safety. I paid €78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing that if I hadn't been so insistent on my dog, I might be dead.
I was out walking around the bush hunting for upland birds. I walked through a bit of a valley as a shortcut to get to another area. When I came across a guy standing on the trail with an AR-15 at the ready position. Instantly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, instinctively knowing that this wasn't a place that I wanted to be. Trying my best to stay calm, I said, "Hey, just out bird hunting. How are you doing?" He replied, "Fine." Then there was a long pause. "I'm hunting for deer." Deer season wasn't open. AR-15s are not legal for deer, and he wasn't dressed for deer hunting. As a matter of fact, he looked homeless. Hadn't changed his clothes or bathed or shaved in several days, obviously, and he looked emaciated. Think of the scariest 50-year-old meth addict you can think of, and put an AR-15 in his hands and you're probably pretty close. "Do you know the best way for me to go to find some birds?" "Well, I imagine you might find some back the way you came." His voice got noticeably sharper with the "back the way you came," and I obviously took the hint. I don't know if there was a meth lab or what just down the trail, but I was certainly happy to leave. I reported the incident to the sheriff the next day, but I don't know if anything ever came of it. I went on a group camping trip in the middle of nowhere, Arizona, only to awake and hear something sniffing the outside of our tent. My immediate reaction was that it was likely a bear or some animal that came across our site, and maybe just my idiot friends didn't tie up the garbage. Seconds later, I can hear the sniffing go to the next tent, and everyone in mine grabs one another quietly to acknowledge that we were all awake and were aware of what's happening outside. Moments later, a friend in another tent popped out and started to scream and make noise. He had a gun too, hoping that it would scare off whatever animal was in our sight. Turns out, it wasn't an animal. It was some guy who had gone through our coolers/food and also decided that it would be okay to sniff our tents. Our friend chased him off, and we immediately packed our stuff and left. A year later, my idiot friends and I went back to the nearby area, thinking that what we encountered was a one-time incident. This time, we thought we'd outsmart any possible creepers, and instead of camping in our tents, we all slept in the beds of our trucks and SUVs. because, they can't possibly sniff a Toyota Tacoma. Anyways, it's the middle of the night. I'm passed out in the back of my SUV when I suddenly feel a bright light on my face. Naturally, I would have woken up, cussed, and asked who was doing that. However, I instantly knew to pretend to be asleep and not let the individual know that I was awake. I laid there next to my girlfriend, hoping that she would do the same as I, and I kept an ear out for any unusual sounds, like sniffing. All I could hear was a friend snoring by the campfire. After the light left my car, I heard the person walk to the next truck and shine his light on my friends in there. I slowly looked up, and it ended up being some older guy, just standing there staring at everyone while they slept. I waited until he left the campsite. Then I busted out of the truck, and I woke up my friends, most of which had also been pretending to sleep, and realized what was going on. This is my parents' story, not mine. They were on a canoe trip way up in somewhere Saskatchewan, far from any semblance of civilization. One morning, they hear a rustling sound outside their tent. Still half asleep, my dad sets up and tries to figure out what's going on. The noise is loud and very close. Before he can collect himself enough to go investigate, his whole side of the tent collapses in on top of him. The weight lifted quickly. Now entirely awake, my parents scrambled to open the tent flap and figure out what the heck was going on. About 10 feet away was a spooked black bear, staring confused and concerned at the tent. After being yelled at for a bit, it ran off. We figure it had been foraging in the bushes right behind the tent and lost its balance. So my dad can truthfully say that he has been sat on by a bear. I was camping in a valley by myself with no cell service. I stayed late on a trail and ran into a nice local dude as it was getting dark. He showed me a local camping spot close to the road and the river, but camouflaged. I had a fire, drank beer, and listened to my friend's comedy podcast. I was loud and visible. Because it was dark already, I decided to sleep in the back of my truck, under my topper, next to all of my gear as opposed to setting up my tent. The next morning I made a fire, cracked a beer, and started making breakfast. Then I noticed that there's a man at the edge of my camp. He comes closer but never looks directly at me. This dude looks homeless, has a long ratty beard, and has at least 100 plastic grocery bags tied all over his clothes. I comment about how nice the day is. No response. I offer him breakfast. Nothing. He sort of paces around the perimeter of my camp. I offer him a beer, but he just turns around. The dude is just standing there, back to me, wandering around. I'm realizing that there isn't going to be any good happenings. I have my bear spray and buck knife super close. I give him an ultimatum. Hey, you're either going to acknowledge me or leave immediately. He ignores me. I grab the bear mace and walk a few steps toward him. He sulked away and I threw my stuff in my truck, and I left that place right quick. I wonder if he had watched me during the night, and I thank my laziness for staying in my truck instead of setting up the tent.
My family has a camping timeshare, and we used to go camping for weeks at a time in the summer. My dad had to work, so he would stay at home Monday through Thursday and come meet us at the camping grounds Friday through Sunday. The campgrounds had a pool, miniature golf course, basketball courts, and we'd gone for so long that my mom was comfortable letting us wander, since there was only one entrance and exit. When I was around 8, but small for my age, so I looked around 5, I met a little boy who was camping with his single dad for a few days. He came to our campsite a lot and knew we were staying for a while. I was pretty sad when he left, but his dad said they'd come back sometime soon. A few weeks later, his dad came to the campsite right after my mom left to take a shower. He told me his son was coming later that week. He asked where my parents were, and I told him that my dad doesn't come until Friday, and my mom always takes a shower at this time. He said bye and left. The next day, he came by at the same time and told me that he had just found some kittens and asked if I wanted one. I said yes. He told me he kept them in his tent and I could come pick one up. Now, this guy wasn't a stranger. My mom had met him when he picked up his son from our campsite, so I didn't get that creepy stranger vibe and get okay going with him. We walked towards his campsite. Then he told me that he had actually moved them to his truck so they wouldn't get too hot, which made sense to me. He pointed to his truck right outside the gates of the entrance. I started walking towards the entrance with the guy when my dad pulls up. He got the day off work so he could spend more time with us. He asks what's going on, and I say, Tommy's dad said he had kittens in the truck and I can have one. My dad gets out of the car, tells me to run back to the campsite, so I do. When my dad gets back, he tells me to never go alone with an adult anywhere, even if I know them. I asked my mom years later about the whole thing, and she told me that my dad kicked the crap out of him and called the cops. Let me start off by saying this is my first post on this subreddit, so if I messed anything up, please tell me and I'll fix it. Also, for reference, I was a 19-year-old female at the time. Still female, of course, just a little older. I love camping. Anytime my friends and I came home from college, we would load up our cooler with the beer, grab some gear, and go screw around outside. Unfortunately, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or other friends ever wanted to go with me, so I would often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day, the weather was way too nice to waste, so I grabbed some of my gear, hopped in a car that I borrowed from a buddy, and drove to a spot that was secluded, yet within a safe distance to civilization that I could run and get help. Camping also creeps me out sometimes, but that creepy feeling is also somewhat of a plus for me. It's the same reason that people read these stories. It's fun to be scared. So, I make a little camp and get a fire going. I hadn't brought all that much to eat, but I was enjoying myself, reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. I got the feeling I was being watched, and I stopped dead in my tracks. I hear a twig crunch over to my right. Then I see a doe bolt from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to camp, with the armful of wood that I had gathered. I kept freaking myself out, hearing sounds just outside the ring of light cast by the fire. I always get inside my own head, so I shrugged it off and kept whittling at the stick that I had been messing with. Around 1, I decided to go into my tent and snuff out the lantern. I had been slamming beers in the most unladylike fashion and smoking cheap cigars. Another reason I like camping. I can act however I want. So I passed out relatively quick. At about 2 a.m., I start hearing footsteps. They sound pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it's just a deer or some other animal, more likely a raccoon because I had probably left some food out. I'm still on guard though. About 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open, I hear a rubbing noise, and the tent fabric is being pushed in a bit. I don't know how I didn't crap my sleeping bag, but I just sat there paralyzed with my K-bar in my hand. I desperately wanted to thrust the knife through the tent fabric, but I was still holding out hope that it was just some of my buddies from a frat joking with me. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it all stopped. I was starting to feel slightly more secure, because daylight would be coming in about 2 or 3 hours, but I sure as shit wasn't going to sleep. All of a sudden, at about 4 o'clock, I realized I should put my boots on, so that if anything did happen, I would be ready. After having stayed up and keeping alert a little while longer, my friend's car alarm goes blaring. I freak out and run out of the tent. I go about 2 steps before something grabs me around the mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but instead the person's pinky finger slips between my teeth. I've heard that people can perform superhuman feats when they have huge adrenaline rushes. In my case, I just clamped down, and there's no way to say this without sounding ridiculous. His finger popped off. He screamed, pulled his hand away with the missing digit falling to the ground. He took off running down the hill that I was camping on. I took off right quick in the opposite direction. I must have looked ridiculous to the people whose house I ran to. A little sorority girl in a white beater, boxers, and steel-toe boots. I also had some blood that had oozed out of my lip, not from the finger, but because I had also managed to take a pretty good chunk out of my lip as well. I told them what had happened. They called the police and got me some real clothing, and the man at the house made me a whiskey and coke. When the cops got there, they checked it out. The cops went to check it out, and when they came back, it was light out. They brought me back so I could get my friend's car. What I saw inside just made me more scared. Right next to the tent was a red gas can. He could have just lit me on fire earlier. The finger was also gone, suggesting that he had come back. The kicker is that they never caught the guy. So somewhere out there, a man is sitting down to dinner, maybe alone, maybe with a wife and a couple of kids, and he's missing his right pinky. So this one might be a bit long, but I need to go into it slowly, so bear with me. Me and my boyfriend love to camp. About 2 weeks ago, we decided to go to the coast because we had a Friday off from our classes in university and decided to hike and camp out for the weekend. We had a 3-day plan to stay in 3 different towns and hike to each place. This story is about the first place we stayed in. The first town was barely a town. It was more like a bunch of small houses and farmlands and very few people. It was off-season, so normally there would be some tourists there, since the main attraction is a huge abandoned city left over from the times of the ancient Greek civilization. Anyway, since there were 5 to 6 camping grounds available, one of which was highly recommended on TripAdvisor and the likes of, we didn't bother calling beforehand. We simply headed there, and then straight to that camping area. Upon reaching it, we saw the gate open. Not really so unusual, but when we entered it, no one seemed to be there. We knocked and called out for someone, and no one responded, except the outdoor bar was all open with expensive bottles of alcohol lined up, and food left on the kitchen table, as we saw from the window. So, they couldn't have gone far. My boyfriend found it a bit strange they would leave everything open like that. But assuming it was a small community with no crime, we didn't think more. We went to some other campgrounds to ask if they were open. The first one we went to said they were closed because their grounds were very messy these days, but they did recommend us another place. We asked them about the first ground we had went to, and strangely, the man said don't go there. When we asked why, he said, just don't. I don't really recommend you going there. Anyway, the other place he told us about was also closed, and luckily in the meantime I found a signboard for the first place, and it had their number on it. We called them, and a man picked up and told us that he and his wife, who ran the place, were out for a couple of hours, but they'd be back by the evening. He said we could set up our camp and that we would meet later. The place was a bit secluded, but it was quite picturesque, and we set our camp and left. We spent the whole day exploring and hiking around, and after a tiring day, around 10 p.m. after dinner, started to head back. This is where things got extra creepy. When we got back, we found the place still empty. No one had returned, and it was quite late. My boyfriend called up the owners again, and they said that they had decided not to return tonight, that we could leave the money under a table by the bar. They said the kitchen and bathrooms are open if we need to use them. The place was dark, and the yard where we had set up camp was huge and without lighting. My boyfriend immediately started to feel a bit uneasy. He was concerned why 2 business owners would leave their property completely open to 2 total strangers, with a bar full of unopened bottles and half-open house. As we walked towards our camp, he kept subtly expressing his uneasiness and kept looking around. He's usually pretty calm, so I told him if he's really feeling so strongly about this, we can just go to the pension, where we had dinner earlier, and stay the night there in a hotel room. He opened the flashlight of his phone and kept looking around and getting more and more uneasy. We agreed to pack up our camp and leave. I began to pack it up since it requires a lot of folding and he was extra anxious. I told him to just stand and give me light as I pack it up. Except constantly he would move the light and check the area, and I kept getting irritated because I could sense his worry, and at the same time I couldn't pack fast enough because I couldn't see. At one point he even told me in a slightly bitchy way to hurry it up, and as soon as I folded the camp, we stuffed it into its bag and hurriedly packed our stuff and scooted. He still seemed super anxious, and I told him to relax. Just telling this part gives me the chills all over again. The road back to the main area of the town was dark and lonely, and this is when he told me. There's something I wanted to say, but not while we were still on the grounds. Well, what is it? I asked. He hesitated, then said he didn't want to freak me out, but he was sure that he saw someone lurking in the dark behind the wooden cabins and the bathrooms twice. No one was supposed to be there except for us. I got chills, but I still tried to rationalize, saying it's a farm area, so there's lots of animals. Maybe a cat moving around. But he was adamant that it was a human figure walking like a human would and standing. That is why he kept checking and wanted to hurry so much. And that's why he was telling me to hush up and keep my voice down. I almost had tears in my eyes at this point, and the hair on my neck was standing. I kept looking back and almost running at this point to the lighted area of the quiet town, and only really relaxed till we reached the pension and booked a room there, got the key, locked, and checked it twice. I'm generally a skeptical person, but I really do believe that my boyfriend didn't just see things. I don't know who was back there or what could have happened, if anything, and I don't care to know. Dark and isolated places have always creeped me out anyways. Back in 2011, I was within a circle of friends that made it a tradition to go camping at a certain spot every May long weekend. The spot we chose was in a beautiful area right on the edge of a large lake, and was located on government land. The lake itself had a dam on it, so during May long, the water levels were always low, if not completely empty, making it possible to walk across it. People were allowed to camp there as long as they weren't causing any trouble or making a mess, and it was generally a good time for everyone. The spots themselves were spaced far enough apart that you had your own privacy, but not far enough that you couldn't meet other people. In this particular year, our spot was in the middle of a small hill, with one campsite below us and one above us. The first night of our trip happened without incident. During the second day, the people staying at the site below us had moved in. We didn't think much of it and continued drinking throughout the day and into the night. And around midnight, the people at the campsite below us were really out of control. They were yelling and screaming, and their music had gotten even louder. So our friend Ben went down to ask them to turn their music down. He was promptly punched in the face, and he came back to inform us that he was 90% sure that they were on drugs. After that, the vibe wasn't as relaxed and we were all somewhat on edge. I was feeling really tired, so I just decided to go to bed. Some of my friends were still awake, including Ben, and one couple, Lily and Derek, that were visiting another campsite we had made friends with that day. I could hear the campsite below us was still blasting their music and partying pretty hard, but I just tried to ignore it and get some sleep. I don't know what time it was when I was jolted awake. Parts of this are somewhat a blur. All I know is that I sat straight up as soon as I heard the screaming and yelling coming from outside my tent. I quickly ran outside to find our campsite in total chaos. One of my friends was clutching their chest. People were running around and screaming to call 911. I was quickly informed of what happened. Apparently, not long after Derek had went to bed, the people camping at the site below us decided they weren't finished talking to Ben. And on their way up, they had encountered Lily and Derek walking back. Now, Derek and Ben are about the same height and have the same hair color. So they assumed that Derek was Ben, and bottled both him and Lily over the head with a full glass bottle. I don't know if it was the same guys that showed up at our campsite, but I was told that everyone else was sitting around the fire when 2 or 3 huge guys appeared from the darkness and walked over to them. One had a paring knife, and the other had a butcher's knife in their hand. Ben saw the knives and had gotten up to talk to them, and had barely spoken a word when the guy with the paring knife stabbed him once in the chest. At the time, some people from the campsite above had seen the guys coming and came down to help. One of the guys, Tim, was coming from down the hill when the guy with the butcher's knife ran up to him and stabbed him in the stomach. From there, sheer panic ensued. People called 911, but the ambulance was over a half an hour away. This is where I came out of the tent. Tim's wound was bleeding profusely, and he was losing blood way too quickly. His friends ended up putting him in the back of his car and speeding off to meet the ambulance halfway. Ben was also bleeding, but his wound wasn't as deep as Tim's, and we were able to keep him calm until an ambulance arrived. The guys with the knives ran off into darkness, back down to their campsite, and took off in their Land Rover. My boyfriend at the time and I had gotten into his car and drove to the entrance to try and flag down the policemen on their way to the scene. Once they arrived, we were informed to stay in the car, as they had released a canine search unit to hunt down the people who stabbed our friends. By the end of the night, they had arrested the men. They had tried to flee by driving their vehicle across the bed lake, where they got stuck in a muddy section. They were on a concoction of several drugs, as suspected. Luckily, both Tim and Ben survived, although Tim had lost a lot of blood and took a few weeks to recover from his wounds. Derek and Lily have huge goose eggs, and possibly one person had a concussion, but I can't recall. One thing I do know, though, is that this was definitely the scariest thing I have ever experienced. This happened to my husband and I about 3 years ago, late November. It still gives us chills to this day. While living in Seattle, my husband and I would frequently go surfing. Usually we'd drive out to Nia Bay or Westport, but on this particular weekend, the surf report looked pretty messy for spots located directly on the coast. We decided instead to try hitting some spots along the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The land along the strait is beautiful, but remote. You can only access it by driving all along Highway 112, which runs from Port Angeles to Nia Bay. There's no cell service along most of all of Highway 112, and only a smattering of small towns. So, we decided to try surfing along the strait at this one spot, Twin. We'd surfed there before and had a good lay of the land. The report showed that the waves would be the best in the early morning, so we opted to drive out the evening before and sleep in our car overnight. Since it was late November, we decided to forego paying for a camping spot at a nearby campground and would just park somewhere along the beach at Twin. We figured there would be no one there, and we were right. We arrived around 3:30 p.m., and the only other people parked were a young couple in their Westphalia. Nothing terribly eventful occurred between our arrival and 7 p.m. We arrived, cooked some dinner, and I took a quick walk along the beach. The only other thing that occurred was just before sunset we heard this loud whistling, and then saw some guy who'd been walking along the highway come down the entrance road towards the beach. My husband and I thought it was pretty odd, given that there's absolutely nowhere you can easily walk to along that highway. All he had with him was a tiny backpack, so he definitely wasn't hiking. He said hello to the young couple as he walked along the beach, and they invited him to hang out by their campfire for a while. Last time we saw any of them that night was when my husband and I decided to call it a night and go to sleep. This was about 7 p.m. I woke up about an hour later and opened the car door a bit to get some fresh air. I noticed that the young couple's Westphalia was gone, and something about them being gone unnerved me. I couldn't put a logical finger on why, so I chalked up my feelings to just being tired and I laid back down. When I woke up next, it was close to 11 p.m., and this time I shot up so quickly that my husband woke up. He asked what was wrong, and I said nothing, just that I woke up startled. He seemed completely relaxed and fell back asleep. but I stayed up for about 15 minutes trying to listen for anything. In hindsight, I think my intuition was screaming to me that something was off. Since I didn't hear anything, I laid back down and really tried to focus on getting some sleep. About 20 minutes later, I woke up again, and this time to my husband already being up. He was sitting silently, listening. Him sitting so still freaked me out, so I turned on the interior car lights and asked him what was up. He whispered, "Someone was tapping on the windows." I remember feeling this deep sense of dread. When I woke up a few hours, I noticed that the couple in the Westphalia left. There's no one else camping here. At that, we both put our shoes on, grabbed flashlights, a knife, and pepper spray, and then opened the doors. Total silence. Pitch black darkness. My husband stared up towards the trees behind us to look around, while I stood by our car and shined a light down onto the beach. I saw no one and sat on the back bumper, while he continued to look. I checked to see if I had cell service. Nope. Nothing. Maybe 2 minutes later, he returned walking fast. "We need to leave. There's a car parked up by the exit road. It's just sitting there with the lights off and the ignition on. We couldn't tell if there was anyone inside." In no more than 60 seconds, we threw everything in the front seats into the back where we'd been sleeping, started the car, and started driving back up towards the entrance road. We didn't want a chance taking the exit road and driving by that car. We peeled out of there so fast that in a moment of disorientation, my husband turned the wrong way and started driving down the highway towards Nia Bay. As we started going the wrong way, we drove past the exit road, and lo and behold, there was the car, now with its lights on. A few seconds later, we both noticed that the car was speeding up behind us. I practically screamed, "What are you doing? There's basically nowhere to turn around." The highway is narrow, with forest on one side and ocean on the other. Luckily, we saw a small turnaround coming up. I remember my husband just saying, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God," and then cutting hard to the left. As soon as we cut left, the person following us just kept going in the same direction. We took off down the highway going like 90 back towards Port Angeles. No one followed us the rest of the way back. I feel deeply creeped out when thinking about the intentions of whoever was in that car.
I was camping in northeastern Ohio by myself. I was on my third and final night there. I woke up to use the restroom, and I walked about 10 feet from my hammock, and I noticed a headlamp about 80 to 100 feet in front of me. I watched it for about 10 minutes. I watched him stand up, sit down. I got my boots on and grabbed my hatchet, and I started walking to the right of my campsite. I was going to find out what he was up to. I got about 50 yards from my site and started walking towards him when I noticed another headlamp about 40 feet from me and walking around. I hit the ground and threw some leaves on top of me. He walked about 10 feet from where I was lying. Then he stopped, lit his cigarette, and finished his beer. He threw his can on the ground. After he got far enough that he couldn't hear me, I got up and started walking towards the first guy. I got close enough to him that I could hear his phone receiving messages. I stood up closer to him quietly to where I could see his face lit up from his cell phone. That's when he stood up and started walking towards my hammock. I laid there on the ground for a minute and made my way towards my site. I stopped when I started hearing my tarp that I had above my hammock being trashed. Then I could see flashlights, and then my big flashlight turn on and off. I heard my mess kit being thrown and them talking about how he was just here. I laid on the ground and watched my flashlight walk away until it was a small dim light. When the sun came up and I returned, my whole site was destroyed. My hammock and tarp was shredded by what looked like a machete. My mess kit was stomped on. They took my backpack, rain gear, and flashlight. I went to the spot where I had first seen the guy, and I found 2 pouches, 8 empty beer cans, and an empty lighter. I walked to where I seen the other guy and found an empty bag of powder which turned up to be meth, and a whole mess of cigarette butts. When I was younger, around 14 or 15 years old, my family used to camp at a state park. Every night, my friend and I would walk through the woods. We called this the ritual. This particular night, we decided to walk further into the woods than usual. We had flashlights, and we liked to try and navigate through the woods with them turned off. We were about half a mile from the nearest campsite when we heard soft whispering behind us. Obviously, we hit the flashlights and spun around. We didn't see anything, so we kept walking and we hear it again. This time we stop and look around a bit before we decided to head back to our campsite. Then we see what's whispering. It's a lady crawling on the ground whispering random words. She was wearing dark clothes and was covered in dirt. When she sees that we notice her, she stands up and declares that she's looking for her campsite. We ended up walking her back to the campground and tried helping her find her group. Turns out she was just super drunk/high and got lost trying to find a bathroom. Her friends didn't even notice that she was missing, and if we didn't go that far into the woods, she would have been lost all night. It was really creepy.
This event happened to me last summer. It was probably the scariest story in my life, and I wanted to share it so hopefully someone learns from it. Something I've realized growing up, year by year, is that this world can be an amazing place, but it is filled with some super sick people, and unfortunately, I've seen that side of our world firsthand. I'm a very social person, and love the opportunity to hang out with friends whenever I can. I'm also the type of person who's always looking for the next big thing. I guess I should tell you that I was a 17-year-old male at the time of this story, and I have a decent-sized friend group from both boys and girls. Throughout high school, we had done a lot of crazy stuff together. Being just out of high school, we wanted to do something insane together before departing for college, and we all decided to go camping in the middle of nowhere for 3 days. Fun, right? And for some miracle, all our parents thought it'd be fine. So we had 6 people going. Me and my girlfriend Stephanie, my friend Brandon and his girlfriend Kaylee, and Steve and his girlfriend Sarah. We had decided to have 3 different tents for each couple, for reasons that you could probably guess. Being a former Boy Scout, I was aware of everything that we needed to survive for 3 days. Food, water, and other essential supplies. Being rebellious teenagers, we also stocked up on plenty of booze and weed for our fun getaway. So mid-July, we depart for our camping vacation. After hours of driving and driving down back roads, we eventually find a place that looks secluded but not too sketchy like some horror stories. There were houses nearby, but not too close. Again, we weren't looking for a sketchy woods to camp, but unfortunately there was no service. It took us at least an hour to get everything set up. While the girls and Steve finished setting up camp, Brandon and I took a look around while fetching firewood. We eventually came across a cool-looking trail. We weren't too concerned because there were houses within a mile radius, and we assumed that those people had used this trail to hunt, which was big in this area, or maybe animals used it. If you're wondering about our car, we drove a Honda Pilot, which was Steve's, that has plenty of room for us and our supplies. We parked the car rather close to the site, so we had eyes on the car at all times. The first night, nothing much happened. We rolled a blunt and drank a bit and called it a night. The next day, we decided to explore the woods a bit, but Brandon and Kaylee stayed behind to watch the site and spend time together. We decided to go down the path we found earlier. Around 20 minutes down the path, Steve spots a metal fence. We approach it to find a cemetery. The cemetery looked old, but there were signs of activity there. And no, not some voodoo stuff or cult. Like flowers and notes left. And beyond the cemetery, we saw a bigger trail that had tire tracks and a half-assed parking lot for the cemetery. We venture down the path a little bit more to spot some deer, then head back because it's getting late. That night, we really partied hard because we were to leave the next day and didn't want to return with extra beer or weed. Now this night was the polar opposite of the other night. The other night was peaceful, and we assumed the same about this night as we began to turn in. Boy, were we wrong. Now, you would assume there would have been warning signs earlier in our trip, like a rusty knife on the path or foot tracks around our site. No, not at all. All of us woke up to a blood-curdling scream coming from Steve and Sarah's tent, as we hear the fabric being ripped by what we assumed to be something sharp. I guess Steve hit the guy really hard with his flashlight and was able to get both him and Sarah to his car. Now here's the issue. Steve's tent is closest to the car, while the other two tents are closer to the trail. So to get to Steve's car, we had to get past whatever attacked Steve and Sarah. Luckily, all our drunken selves were gone, because before getting into his car, he yelled cemetery and it clicked in my head. The trail on the other side of the cemetery. So I quickly grabbed Brandon, Kaylee, and Stephanie and start running towards the trail. I use my phone flashlight to help see. You might think, why would you turn your flashlight on? Well, last thing I wanted to do was miss the cemetery and be lost in the woods with the guy who attacked Steve. By the time we get to the trail, Steve and Sarah had gotten out from the site, and we could hear the guy chasing us, but from several yards behind. We were able to find the cemetery rather easily, and I hop over the fence first. When we all get over the fence, we notice Steve had not yet arrived, so we all hid in the cemetery. Luckily to our advantage, it was pitch black by the time I turned my flashlight off, and we all hid in complete silence. My heart dropped when all I heard was the metallic shaking, as if someone was climbing over the fence. The guy had tracked us down, probably due to the fact that Steve yelled cemetery. We all stayed still, as we heard the ground crunch, and as the guy took slow steps. When in fight or flight moments, you're capable of a lot more than you would think, and your brain is put on some super high alert mode or something. As the guy approached, I realized I had my small Swiss Army pocket knife in my pocket. As the guy's steps grew closer to me, when he was right about on top of me, I grabbed the knife and lodged it into the back of his knee. The guy tumbled to the ground with a shriek of pain and a metallic sound as he dropped his weapon. Soon the pair of headlights came around the corner. Steve had made it. We all got up and ran towards the car. While I got up, the light gave me a glimpse of the guy. He was tall, bulky, and had the look of pure hatred in his eye as he clutched the back of his knee. And by his side, a huge machete. I was the last one to get in the car, and even before I fully closed the door, Steve floated out of there. The girls were bawling their eyes out. We drove until the first house, where we politely knocked and asked for directions to a motel or something. It was a friendly old couple. They told us there was not one for miles. They took us in and gave us warm food and a place to rest for the remainder of the night. In the morning, the man brought his hunting rifle with us to retrieve our stuff from our campsite. When we got there was nothing stolen, but all our tents were slashed up. The elderly woman called and made a report while we were gone, and when we got back, the officers were at their home, and we gave our statements. The officers said there's not enough evidence to find the guy, but they promised to search. We headed home later that day. No one said a word on the way home. We were all processing what really happened. The police unfortunately never found the guy. And yeah, college did split us up a bit. We barely talk about it as a group, and it's been a year. My advice to all of you is please find a populated place to camp. I don't care if it's some Yogi Bear camp. Be in reach of help and police. Stay safe, guys. Please. Growing up, every summer in July/August, my family would get together and camp out for 2 weeks at White Lake State Park in Tamworth, New Hampshire. Some of my best childhood memories were made there. Rollerblading, Nerf gun wars, flashlight tag, and water balloon fights with my cousins and neighboring kids in the campground. When I was around my late teen years, my family stopped gathering together to camp out after my grandmother passed away. One of the last years I was there, this one particular memory has stuck with me. A little over 10 years ago, I was 16 years old. It was around 10 p.m. at night when I noticed I had missed a call on my cheapy little track phone. My family was sitting around the campfire cooking s'mores and sharing some laughs, so I decided to go off for some privacy and return the call. I took a long, narrow trail that winds in between other campsites that, at the end, leads up to a bathroom. I wasn't going up to the bathroom. I just wanted to find an empty campsite and sit at a picnic table to make my call. There were plenty of those since this whole side of the campground where I was heading was vacant. There were no other campers nearby in that area. It was quiet and dark, so I chose a campsite, sat down at the table. The lights from the distant bathroom from up on top of the hill behind me were illuminating my surroundings just a little bit. I called my friend and was carrying on a conversation for around 20 minutes. As I'm sitting there staring straight ahead, I see a silhouette coming down the road in front of me. The figure is coming towards my direction, where all these empty campsites are. I could see it was a person. It's not that unusual to see people strolling through the campground for a night walk. The people I see usually have flashlights, though. This person did not. I wasn't creeped out at this point. No reason to be. I was just watching curiously. As the person got closer, I could see a better outline, and that was a man I was looking at. I also noticed his pace slowed down. I kept my eyes fixated on him as I continued conversing on my cell phone. A minute or two passes, and now he stopped moving. He's just standing there in the road, looking straight into the campsite where I'm at. I don't know if he knew I could see him. He was staring at me, and I was staring right back at him. He was a little heavy-set and tall. I could also make out that he was wearing a light jacket. I couldn't see much for facial features, but I would guess I was staring at a man in his 30s or 40s. Alarm bells were going off in my head now. My mind had turned to mush at this point. I'm frozen. I was no longer listening to what my friend was saying on the phone. I was in a stare-off with this guy. Then he started to move again. He was tiptoeing towards me, very carefully, like he didn't want to make a noise. He put one foot in front of the other, leaned forward in a slight hunched form. It looked like he was about to charge towards me. In that moment, I snapped out of that mind-mushy frozen state and leaped off the picnic table and started running through the campsite back towards the trail. Thud, thud, thud. I could hear him trampling behind me. Leaves scuffling. Heavy yet fast footsteps. Footsteps were getting louder and closer. I made it back to that narrow trail. Once he got close to where I was, I heard the sound of twigs snapping and an oof noise that came from the man, which I can imagine maybe he tripped or almost tripped and maybe got a face slapped by a tree branch. Most likely, he wasn't familiar with the trail like I was. Whatever the reason was, it caused him to stop chasing after me. I didn't stop to look back. I just kept running and running until I made it back to my family's campsite. When I got back, they were still sharing laughs and smiles by the campfire. I broke down crying and I was trembling. I explained what had just happened. My aunt spoke up and said, "Oh, geez, he probably thought he knew you and was coming up to give you a good scare as a joke." She dismissed me. My cousin chimed in and said, "Yeah, he probably stopped running after he realized that he didn't actually know you. He probably just feels dumb now." They all chuckled about it and changed the subject. I think I was dismissed because no one wanted the good vibes of the night to be ruined, and the fact that I'm just a socially anxious person in general. I'm very cautious and shy. For that time being, I let them convince me that I was just overreacting and overthinking. But here I am years later, looking back and shaking my head over this. I wish I was taken seriously. But other than that one thing happening, it was still a great trip. It was time well spent with family. My experience makes me think twice about going for a walk by myself anywhere. I carry pepper spray and a mini keychain alarm on me now. So Mr. Campground Chaser, let's not meet again. Also, to add, my speculation was the man may have not been a camper there. It would be easy for anyone to sneak in the campground from the boat launch area. One night, I guess I was about 15, so 3 years ago, me and a few friends decided to go camping out in the woods. It was a pretty hot summer, and we were like 10, we were all scouts together and decided that it would be pretty funny to do the whole camping thing again. So we packed some stuff and went to a nearby refuge hut that we have a lot of here in our woods. Now I have to explain that we all live in a village that can only be described as little or even rural, although it's only like 10 minutes to the big city. Yet, there are great woods that separate us from civilization, as the youngsters here always like to put it. So in that city, close to us, there's really huge prisons where they keep all the really bad criminals. You know, the ones who have committed murder or have committed the R word to someone and stuff like that. Recently, there had been an outbreak, and 3 of the 5 prisoners had already been caught again. So naturally, my mom didn't want us to go, and was all worried that the other prisoners were still hiding somewhere in the woods. But we were in our youthful foolishness, couldn't care less because all we wanted was a great night where we could drink and do all the other stuff that you do at that age, although you actually aren't allowed to. So we went up there and had fun. And everything was just fine, and about 1 a.m. we decided to finally call it a night and go to sleep. At about 3 a.m. we were awoken by the sound of a vehicle. It was very close to us, and suddenly, we were all for once jerked out of our doze by 2 car headlights that were shining straight at us. Needless to say that we almost wet our pants. But then it came even worse when suddenly, the lights went out, and we heard the car door being slammed shut. It was completely dark, and we didn't dare breathe, because we had no idea who this was, and what he or she was about to do if we did. We then lay there, motionless, for what seemed like an hour, but I guess it really couldn't have been more than 5 minutes, until we heard footsteps, and then the door slammed again and the car drove off. I know it's nothing supernatural, and it probably doesn't sound that creepy now, but for me, those were the scariest minutes I've ever lived through in my entire life. Not knowing who was staring at us there in the middle of the night, but dreading that it might be one of the criminals who are currently on the run. I haven't been camping out somewhere but my garden ever since. This happened to me last year on my birthday. I had a few friends around to sleep in my 6-man tent. Whilst I was setting up my tent, my dad came into the garden and told me and my friends to be careful, as he had seen a shady-looking man in a baseball cap slowly walking up and down my street, like he was checking out my house. It was about 1 a.m. when me and my friends were sitting on the patio, at the table, just talking about random stuff, when I heard rustling in my neighbor's garden. I didn't find this too unusual because it was the summer, and I lived in a rural area of the UK, and we had hedgehogs living nearby. Then, I noticed the shape of someone's body emerging from the bush. It was a man in a baseball cap. One of my friends asked what he was doing here, but there was no answer. We asked again, and he chuckled and left through my neighbor's gate. It was later on, about 4 a.m., and most of my friends were asleep except for me and my slightly older friend who was in the same year as me. We were whispering to each other, as we were trying not to wake everyone else up. I heard my neighbor's fence rattle, as if someone had hopped over it. A few seconds later, we see a figure move past the window of a tent. I could barely make it out, but I distinctly remember seeing a hat in the moonlit window. He moved around to the back of the tent, so I decided to wake everyone up and run back inside my house and into the living room. A good half an hour passed when I heard police sirens outside. This wasn't possible, as my mom was asleep and my dad worked nights. I looked outside to see 3 police officers in my garden where the tents were, and my neighbor talking to another officer. After a few minutes of watching through my back door window, the police walked out of my garden with a man in his early 40s in handcuffs. I saw my neighbor, and he gestured for me to come outside. My friends followed behind and we spoke to him. Note that my neighbor is in his late 80s and lives alone. He said that he was getting a glass of water from his kitchen when he saw his security light turn on in his garden. He quickly glanced over and saw a man hop over his fence and into my garden. He then called the police, and they said they would come over. After telling me this, a police officer walked over and informed me that the man they arrested was a burglar who had broken into multiple houses in the local area. What he said next still makes me shiver. They said they found him crouched down in the corner of the tent with a large knife. He then advised me and my friends to get our stuff and sleep in the living room. By this time, my mom had been woken up by all the commotion, and she had been given the same information. She called my dad and told him what happened. I don't think I will ever sleep in a tent again.
This past weekend, me and my partner decided to go to our usual camping spot. It's very low-key. There's never usually anyone up this mountain besides 1 or 2 people at a time, and even at that, they're miles away from your campground. It's not a well-known spot. This past weekend, just like every year, we brought my parents' little elderly dog, set up camp, ate some food and drank some beer around the campsite. When we arrived prior to this, we scoped out the area to see how busy it was. There was absolutely nobody in sight. The entire mountain campgrounds were entirely empty. We're used to having one hunter or fisher in the area at least. We've never not seen at least one person the entire trip. So we sat around the fire, completely relaxed with my little dog nearby. When we decide to get into bed, my usually very complacent, placid pup refuses to settle inside the tent. It's pretty hot this time of year, so we had the tent unzipped with just the mesh covering the opening to let some breeze in. But my pup was looking through the mesh and sniffing, zoning in on something entirely. We decided to get up and check out the camp for whatever he's looking at. We don't see anything, so we decided to just sit by the fire to fire us out, when my sleepy puppy unsettles suddenly, with his hackles straight up on end, growling in a deep growl into one direction of the woods. We decided to grab the hunting knife and axe and listen. He's snarling and barking vigorously, which took us by surprise because he's been completely comfortable every other year. After a few hours of him acting on high alert, we decide to flip the truck lights on to illuminate our camp as we're surrounded by darkness. We were listening intently, trying to figure out what he was seeing or hearing. After a few minutes, he lays down and alarms us again a few minutes later, startling us to the point where we make a run for the truck by how aggressively my dog is warning something. We wait, hearts pounding inside of the truck, trying to see what's out there. After about 30 minutes, we assume whatever it is has passed on. After we reposition ourselves in front of the fire again, my dog's hackles are up, and we hear the loudest tree branch snap a mere 10 feet away from us in the pitch-black wilderness. Again, we hop in the truck with the dog and decide we better leave. As earlier that night, we were hearing wolves hunting for a few hours, and their howls echoing through the woods. Our main concern was it being a cougar, as they're commonly seen in this area, and there had been a lot of attacks on unsuspecting victims. Our main thought was something was stalking us for a long time without moving on. We told my partner's parents that we decided it's better to be safe than sorry, and we were mocked extensively, but we were armed with very minimal weapons, not anything that would handle a mountain lion or a pack of wolves. We were called chickens the entire weekend, and mocked over it. I also felt protective over my dog, as she's very small.
When I was 12 years old, I went to a week-long scout camp with my troop. Our campsite was notably isolated from the majority of other sites. So even though there were hundreds of kids at the camp overall, there were probably 5 of us kids and 2 or 3 leaders on our site. I shared a tent with 2 other kids. Being the anti-scout that I was, I brought a full-size cot to sleep on, while the other kids slept on the ground. I'm a horrible sleeper in any conditions other than my own bed, so I've always taken sleeping pills when I go camping. I sometimes have strange reactions to them, where I don't sleep well and get dreams confused with reality. On our final night at camp, it was storming with lightning everywhere. We were in a creeped out mood, telling scary stories before trying to go to sleep. I couldn't wait to go home the next morning. I took my pills and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up a few hours into the night. I opened my eyes, and in the darkness I could barely make out the crouched over figure of a tall man. I'd woken up because he was gently grabbing my leg. He didn't look like any of my leaders from what I could tell. Confused, groggy, and horrified, I said, "What?" The figure remained silent. After a week on these sleeping pills, I knew how they could make me confused. I closed my eyes, hoping that it was just the pills combining with the night of scary stories. I felt the gentle grip on my leg again. The figure was still standing there. "What?" I said again, this time a little more panicked. Suddenly, without a word, the man leaned down on the ground next to me, where I couldn't see because I was elevated. I couldn't hear anything strange happening, but I was filled with so much terror that I couldn't bring myself to peek over the edge of my cot. I was still unbelievably tired and confused, and in my frightened stupor, I convinced myself that the sleeping pills were causing me to blend nightmares with reality. I drifted in and out of a horrified semi-sleep for the rest of the night, wondering what had happened. I never recalled hearing anything notable or seeing the man leave the tent. Once the sun began to dimly light the tent, I mustered the courage to look over the edge of the cot. The kid next to me was fast asleep and appeared to be unharmed. If this were all there was to the story, I would dismiss it as a weird reaction to my sleeping pills. But then, the next morning over breakfast, the kid who has been next to me asks me and our other tent mate if somebody had come into our tent overnight. The other tent mate said he'd assumed one of us was getting up to pee and had gone back to sleep. When we all confirmed that none of us had gotten up in the middle of the night, he started freaking out, begging our leaders and other scouts from them to admit that they had played a joke on us, or that they had a history of sleepwalking. Nobody ever had any idea what we were talking about. I don't know what someone's motives would have been to come into our tent only to gently touch my leg and be silent. Unless I have some serious mental blocks, there was no kind of sexual violation, that I can recall at least. Just a strange, quiet intruder. I was out camping with my mom and, at the time, 6-year-old brother, when a white pickup truck pulls into our campsite. 3 or 4 guys get out of the truck, all wearing small, bright white lights attached to their hats that blind us from seeing their faces much. They approach my mom and start asking her questions about who we are and what our plans are for the night. My little brother started whimpering and stopped eating the Doritos he had been happily munching on, and I got the impression that my mom was creeped out as well. So the men leave after about 5 minutes and told my mom that they were official campground employees who were just making sure that everything was all right. Their trucks certainly didn't look official, and they weren't wearing anything that would suggest they were more than just regular, albeit creepy dudes, wandering around and being nosy. My mom told my brother and I to get in the car and take only a few essentials like clothes and a bit of food, and we went to my grandmother's house and spent the night there instead. We left the tent at the campsite, giving the illusion that we were still there. The next morning, after we had told my grandma about what happened and that we were suspicious, we went back to the campsite to gather our things and head home. When we pulled up, we immediately noticed that our stuff had been picked through by someone who wasn't us. There were footprints leading up to our tent, and the zipper was stuck, halfway open like someone was trying to close it. It was closed when we left it. Our sleeping bags also had boot prints on them. We never saw those guys again, but we still wonder what would have happened if we had stayed. When I was around 9, I went to a summer camp at a nearby YMCA for a few summers. It was a day camp, and there were different camps you could do, such as water sports, craft, canoeing, etc. Each camp lasted a week. I started the summer by taking one of the craft camps, a special one that lasted 2 weeks. I was really excited about it, but I was nervous because I didn't know anyone else in my group and I'm very shy. The first day, I managed to make friends with an older kid who was in a wheelchair. He was 17, I believe. I'm not sure what his disability was, but he was socially awkward and kind of gave off a creepy vibe. I was trying to be nice to him because no one else talked to him, but he started to make me uncomfortable. First, he'd start by talking about how much he hated being in the wheelchair because it made his back hurt. He liked being able to get out at the end of the day and stretch, as well as do some exercises with his physical therapist. I'd just smile and nod as he talked about this, not knowing what else to say. At some point, I mentioned to him how I was a dancer and really liked acrobatics class. He asked me to show him some of my moves, so I did a cartwheel. He told me that my legs looked beautiful when I stretched them out like that. Being a kid, I didn't think much of the comment, but I started getting uncomfortable when he began telling me how much he liked my hair, or how white my teeth were, or how cute I was because I was so little. One day, he was talking about stretching out outside of his wheelchair, and mentioned how good it would feel if someone were to walk on his back. You'd be perfect. Just the right size. Would you do that for me one day? I'd love to have you on top of me. He smiled creepily when he said this, so I awkwardly changed the direction of the conversation by telling him how I used to do that for my dad. I was young and stupid. I probably shouldn't have told him that. He got really excited and started talking about how much he'd love it, and how good it must have felt for my dad. I bet he loves having his little girl on top of him like that. He reached out to me at this point and put his hand on my knee. We were sitting by a table in the craft cabin. I awkwardly shrugged it off, moving away a little. He smiled and started talking about how good it would feel if I were to do cartwheels on his back and jump on him. Maybe even lay down on top of him and rub his sides. I got really uncomfortable at this point, and luckily my mom drove up a moment later, so I was able to leave. This was on the weekend, and the camp was going to continue the following Monday. I didn't mention anything to my mom because I figured he was just lonely and awkward and didn't mean to be creepy. But when I got to the camp Monday, he immediately came up to me. I was so upset that I couldn't see you this weekend. I missed my little girl. I smiled and awkwardly walked away, but he followed me. We were all going as a group to the craft cabin, and he came up next to me and asked if I wanted to sit on his lap and ride to the cabin with him. I politely declined and managed to avoid him for the rest of the day, until I was walking to my mom's car at the end of the day. He came up to me, grabbed my hand and pulled me towards him. You've really hurt me today. How would you like it if I hurt you? I yanked my hand away and walked quickly to the car. I told my mom about it all as soon as I got in the car. She immediately drove over to the camp office and spoke with the camp leader about it, who I shared my story with. He assured us he would take care of it immediately. As we were driving away after the meeting, I saw 2 counselors go up to the boy and lead him into the camp office. The look on his face looked like he was going to murder someone. I never saw him after that. I was told that he was kicked out of the camp and never allowed to return. And for the rest of the week, the camp counselors would check on me and make sure that I was okay. So, creepy boy from summer camp, I hope you got your issues worked out and that you're living a happy life now. But please, let's not meet again. I've posted a few times and finally have decided to post this story from a while back. My dad is a journalist and nonfiction writer, but at the time was a reporter for the Genuine Pilot, based out of Virginia. He was working on a new book titled The Big Roads when this occurred. We often went on road trips for his research needs, and once his proposal for his new book was accepted, he went on a cross-country road trip from Virginia to California and back on Old Route 66 for the book. Me being 13 at the time, I demanded he let me bring a friend along so that we were 3. The first quarter of our month-long venture went off without a hitch. We either stayed in motels with the occasional stay at a grand old historic hotel. My dad, being the outdoorsman that he is, decided that we should camp about 5 or 6 times throughout the trip. The first night we camped, we were in the middle of literal nowhere. No one, for at least 20 miles on either side in the middle of the Utah desert. When we arrived at our campsite in our rented minivan, my dad wanted to explore a bit because at the bottom of the hill that our campsite was situated on was an old Pony Express shop. My friend decided to stay in the minivan until my dad and I finished checking out the Pony Express stop to set up camp on account of all the wasps and bees. We were utterly alone, and as a rather jumpy and skittish 13-year-old girl, it became apparent we were isolated to the point that, if anything happened, we would be screwed. That's all I could think about, as my dad and I walked down the hill to explore. We checked out the old station, and everything was going smoothly, until we were about halfway back up the hill. A large truck that we noticed driving down the old dirt road a few minutes before had turned into our campsite. We were surprised, but didn't really think anything of it. Maybe this guy was on an adventure too. The truck parked halfway up the road and a man got out. He had what I think was a hunting rifle and started hunting around the area my dad and I were in, about 50 feet from our campsite. Of course, this was an absolute no hunting zone, and my dad became a bit concerned because my friend was closer to the stranger than she was to us. He yelled out to the man, saying that there were children around and he couldn't hunt there. As soon as the man turned to face us, I got an overwhelming sense of complete doom. I felt in my entire body that something was not right. The man looked us over, and without saying a word, aimed his gun at us. My dad does not carry a gun, or knife, or any kind of weapon. I felt trapped. My dad ushered me behind a large boulder, but he didn't hide. He stood his ground. There was a solid minute of this man aiming his gun at my dad, and my dad standing completely still, staring back. In my mind, I considered all of the ways this could go down. I was absolutely terrified this guy would shoot my dad, and somehow my friend and I would have to escape or get murdered during this tense minute. The guy lowered his gun, cocked his head to the side, and pointed at my dad using the fake gun fingers and shot him. He got in his truck and drove away. That night, my friend and I slept in the minivan in 90-degree heat because I was positive this guy would come back and murder us all. He didn't come back. A few other creepy incidents occurred on that trip, but we were fine and safe after all. When I was younger, I lived on an estate of houses that backed onto a huge field where many people walked their dogs. It was even used as a cut-through to the next neighborhood, which would take approximately 25 minutes to walk though. When I was about 13, my neighbor and I decided to camp out for the night in my back garden, which, apart from a 6-foot wooden fence, was completely open to the field, albeit with 20 trees around the fence. Seeing as we were into action figures at the time, we decided we would make the tent a hideout. So we got together some branches and one of those army nets to put over the tent to make it a bit stealthier. We also put the tent in the corner of the back garden, which had a small roof over it, which made it very dark once the sun went down. We did the usual thing, ate loads of chips and sweets before we decided to try and get some sleep in our well-hidden, super dark tent. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to the sound of someone landing, and then walking on small stones. I then realized that below the fence my mom and dad had decorated with some gravel and flower pots. At first I thought it was our cat, but it was far too loud to be such a small animal. I slowly sat up, trying not to make too much noise from my sleeping bag. Then I heard it again. Once again, I tried to make my way out to the front of the tent silently and look through the zipper. About 10 feet away from us, there were two guys dressed in all black, crouching under the windowsill of the kitchen talking to each other. I immediately froze and had no idea what to do. They proceeded to creep closer to us, looking for more windows or maybe an entrance, because we were in the corner of the garden. We were quite close to the path that led to the side of our house, where there was a door into the adjoining garage. I heard them talking quite clearly, as now they were less than 5 feet away from me, and my friend who was still asleep. They were talking about being unseen, and just taking whatever they could find in the garage instead of breaking into the house and disturbing anyone. I had no idea what to do, so I rang the house phone, which was pretty loud, and waited for someone to answer. It took a while as it was very early. As soon as the phone rang, the two people bolted to the fence and hopped over. My dad then answered, and I whispered for him to get outside ASAP with a bat or something. Nothing happened in the end, but I'm glad that my friend slept silently.
It was September in central Idaho. Autumn had come to the mountains, and with it, bow hunters looking for mountain goats. My cousin, let's call him Vern for anonymity's sake, is an avid hunter. He's been all over North America hunting various game: bears in Alaska, wild hogs in Texas, bighorn sheep in Wyoming. But his favorite hunting area was the Lemhi mountain range in central Idaho. Our extended family has been hunting in those mountains for generations. We know every river bottom and mountain peak like many people know their own neighborhoods. Mountain goats are a fascinating animal to hunt. They live well above the tree line in rocky environments. They are sure-footed and can climb near vertical slopes. Hunting these animals requires one to venture into these dangerous areas. You have to be mindful as you pursue an animal like that. One wrong step on a rocky slope or one loose rock could mean that you're not going home ever again. Vern was an expert mountain hunter. It's something he was born to do. Vern decided to hunt in the Hayden River area of the Lemhis. It's a familiar spot to most locals, and the area is home to plenty of mountain goats. The first mile of Vern's hike was uneventful as he climbed up the canyon. The air was crisp, and his breath formed in great plumes as he progressed. The sun was just peeking over the mountains when Vern came to a small deer trail. He decided it might be a nice shortcut from his usual route and took it. A few hundred feet up the trail, he saw something odd pop out from behind a tree. It was a man. He was dressed in a light denim coat and jeans, and was carrying a small backpack. My cousin stopped for a second to get his bearings, unsure of where this guy came from. The man waved at him with both arms. One of them was holding an older-style hunting bow. Acknowledging him, Vern waved back. Although the man looked to be physically fine, it was clear that he was emotionally distressed. He yelled out something that my cousin couldn't quite hear and waved his arm, indicating my cousin should follow him. Vern didn't get any bad vibes from this man and could tell that he was genuinely in need of some help. He began to make his way up the canyon, following this mystery man. Vern could never gain any ground on this guy. He was always just far enough away that he couldn't talk to him. Periodically, the man would stop, turn towards him to make sure that Vern was still following. Every time he looked back, Vern could see the worry in his face. My cousin did his best to remain calm, and kept a smile on his face, unsure who or what he was being led to. It was peculiar, Vern thought as he hiked. He hadn't seen any other vehicles on his drive up to the trailhead. Perhaps he came in from over another ridge. What could he possibly be leading him to? He figured one of his hunting party had been hurt and needed help. Of course, he wouldn't have had to speculate if the man would just stop and talk to him for 5 minutes. Vern lost sight of the guy just past a turn in the trail. The trail opened up into an incredibly steep, rocky talus slope. He looked in every direction and could not locate the man when he heard a whistle. Looking up, he saw the guy about 500 feet up the rocky slope waving at him. There was no possible way that he could have gotten up that far in just a short time that Vern lost sight of him. He still didn't feel any fear or wariness about this weird situation. The man was waving more frantically now, practically begging Vern to follow him up the slope. With a sigh and a grunt, he started up the rocks. It was slow going. Every other step caused a mini rock slide and would cause him to continually lose his footing. Huffing and puffing on the cool, thin air, my cousin eventually made it to a small landing. It had taken him almost 45 minutes to get to that spot, where he saw the man from below. There was no earthly way anyone could have done that scramble uphill any faster. Totally exhausted and out of breath, Vern sat down on the stone landing. He looked around and couldn't see the man anywhere. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw something odd poking out of a boulder about 20 feet away from him. Walking over to it, he found a weathered boot. 2 boots, actually. Inside those boots, and under the boulder as well, were bones. Vern looked around once again for the man, but he never saw him again. Instead of feeling eerie or unnerving, Vern felt a sense of relief wash over him. These emotions weren't his own. What he felt seemed to come from all around him. He marked the spot with his GPS and decided to make his way down and call the authorities. The Lemhi County Sheriff's Office responded, and he led them up the canyon to the body. It took 4 grown men to push the boulder out of the way, and when they did, they found the skeletonized remains of a man. On the body, they found hunting equipment and some personal effects. From a credit card in the wallet, they were able to identify the man. He was a bow hunter that had gone missing almost exactly 53 years beforehand. Vern never wanted to be identified to the public or the missing hunter's family. He didn't want recognition for something like that. To him, it was just one of those bizarre mountain stories. He was happy that the family got closure, even if it was a half a century later. The only thing that bothered him was the man leading him up the canyon, and with his strange and sudden disappearance. He had mentioned the waving man to the sheriff but was brushed off. When news reports came out announcing the discovery, several photos of the man were published. Vern was absolutely shocked when he saw them. In the photos was the man that he had seen leading him up the mountain to the body. It finally made sense to him. The man's distressful look, the constant checking if Vern was following him, the sense of relief he felt when the body was discovered. That man was desperate to get home, and through Vern, he was able to be reunited with his family. The poster of this story also linked to a news article, and this news article is a news article about the man that was found. I'm going to read that news article now. Idaho Falls. For most of his life, September has been a hard month for Jeffrey Jones. He was born on September 7th, his dad's 27th birthday, and for 12 years they celebrated their special day together. But in 1968, on their birthday, Jeffrey's dad, Raymond Jones, went hunting in the East Fork of Hayden Creek in Lemhi County and never returned. Every September, the memories come rushing back, Jeffrey tells EastIdahoNews.com. Several years ago, I got a tattoo on my arm that's a portrait of my dad. It has September 7th on it, and the phrase, "Wake me up when September ends," from the Green Day song. 2 weeks ago, Jeffrey turned 65 on the day his dad would have turned 92. 3 days later, a bow hunter found a wallet, boot, and some skeletal remains in the area where Raymond disappeared. Lemhi County Sheriff deputies were called and determined the 53-year mystery of the lost hunter had been solved. The bow hunter was going from one hunting area to another and took a shortcut, and just happened to come across my dad, Jeffrey explains. It's quite amazing, because they had a lot of people up there searching for him, along with helicopters and scent dogs, but they never did find him. Jeffrey remembers his outgoing, well-liked dad always had a smile on his face. Raymond and his wife, Elizabeth Betty Jones, married in the mid-1950s and loved dancing, fishing, and doing everything together. They spent time racing stock cars, but one day, Betty was in a terrible wreck that paralyzed her from the waist down. That had a lot to do with them splitting up, and they ended up divorcing, Jeffrey says. My sisters and I stayed with my mom in Montana, while my dad moved to Salmon and remarried. He would come get me in his plane and take me back to Salmon for 2 to 3 weeks every summer, and then bring me back home. Even though it's been over 5 decades, Jeffrey will never forget learning his father was missing. He was with his mom in Montana celebrating his 12th birthday when they received a phone call from 2 of his uncles saying Raymond had disappeared while hunting. 2 days later, a birthday card for Jeffrey arrived in the mail from his dad that must have been sent before the hunting trip. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up, Jeffrey says. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day. Betty passed away in 1986. Raymond's second wife is still living in Montana, but his parents and siblings have died, except for his 89-year-old sister. Jeffrey says he never expected the call he received last week from a deputy saying his father's remains had been found. Since then, he's spoken with the bow hunter who discovered his dad. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him, Jeffrey says. I couldn't ask for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy. The hunter, whose name has not been released, told Jeffrey there were cliffs with layers of slab rock above Raymond's remains. Before he left camp, Raymond told other hunters that he was going to look for mountain goats. The bow hunter believes Raymond may have seen some at the top of the cliffs and tried to climb them. He could have been tempted to climb it, and the hunter thinks rock came off that cliff and landed on him, Jeffrey says. There was a stone covering most of his lower body, and it matched the rock above him. If the fall didn't kill him, that rock for sure did. That was the opinion of the hunter. Jeffrey plans to travel from his home in Billings to Salmon this weekend to collect his father's remains. He will take them to Miles City, Montana, and have them buried next to Raymond's parents. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years, Jeffrey says. I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace. For context, I'm a 17-year-old female, and I've lived in my house my whole life with my 2 other siblings and parents. My family and I have lived in this partly rural part of the Fenton/Heartland, Michigan area for a long time. We own 10 acres of land, which includes a pretty large track in our backyard to ride 4-wheelers and such. Every once in a great while, it seems, we hear strange and unnerving noises when we go outside. A few years ago, my family took a walk to look at our new neighbor's house, as they were gone for the weekend and said we were welcome to check things out. On our way down our quarter-mile gravel driveway, all of us heard what I can only describe as drums and chanting. It really freaked my brother and I out, because it seemed to be a fair distance away, almost as if it had been coming from the woods in our backyard. There was a fair number of drumming sounds, and then we heard chanting. It must have been pretty far away, but the sound still carried, which made it even creepier. I've probably had this occur 2 to 3 times the whole time that we've lived there, and every time it has been unsettling and felt really wrong. We would be very aware if our town had any native tribes or reservations around here, but my small, conservative hometown would not be the place to do so. I've searched high and low, but haven't been able to find anything on the internet in close areas with a similar experience. If anyone here has any information, please feel free to share. Howdy, folks. I posted a while back about a peculiar occurrence at the in-laws' house on Lake Greenwood in South Carolina. My wife and I recently paid a visit there, and for the first time in years had a similar experience to the first time. We had been out all day hiking in the mountains and just enjoying being in the fresh air and out of the concrete jungle of Florida that we live in. It was late, closing in on 1 a.m. We were on the country road just prior to the right turn onto their driveway. Most of the trip down the road was uneventful. Bugs were loud and could be heard even with the windows up. The night sky was clear and littered with stars. The outside was rather well illuminated by moonlight as well. About 100 yards prior to the property, outside the car, we hear the bugs stop as fog rolls in. The stars all seem to fade and the moonlight gets dimmer. I'm blaming the fog for that one. Instantly, after driving through the fog, I get chills, goosebumps, and hairs on my arms and back stand up. I briefly slow the car, expecting something to jump out in front of us. My wife inquired about why I was stopping. I just told her something felt weird. I peered into the woods with my peripheral vision. I was too much of a wuss to look directly into it, but I saw nothing. Again, just like years before, I felt like I was being watched. The fog remained as we pulled up to the house. I told the wife to wait in the car as I hurried to the door of the house to unlock it. The fog had an odor to it, something I didn't get to experience last time. It smelled like morning breath. That was the best description that most people could imagine, as if someone was breathing on me. Once the door was open, we went inside with no event. I let the dogs out in the fenced part of the property, away from the woods toward the lake. There was no fog coming off the lake, definitely coming from the woods. They didn't seem to alert to anything, but were very reluctant to stay outside. Ben, who had experienced the spooky experience before, was not barking this time. He didn't leave within a few feet of me though. Not usual behavior for home when we were inside or at our apartment in Florida. Outside at the lake though, he's usually far more adventurous. We go to bed to no significant events aside from the fog lingering. The next morning, I wake up and peek outside. No fog, just beautiful sunshine and fresh air. I walk out with the dogs who act normal once again. I don't immediately notice anything overtly perturbed or unusual. Our lab, Penny though, seems to have found something under the porch. A portion of their porch has enough clearance to squat under. I peek under to examine what she has. She's allergic to everything, and the last thing I wanted to deal with was a sick dog while we were on vacation. There were about 10 dead rabbits under that porch. It took a bit to get my dog away from them and out from under the porch so she wouldn't try to eat them. All of them were cold, but not stiff, and with matching bite marks on their backs. Almost like a dog bite, but lacking the accompanying signs of shaking that dogs tend to do when they grab something. Very spooky. This past spring, my hubby and I went to Acadia National Park in Maine. There are tons of cabins to rent surrounding the historic town. Anyway, we rented a small cabin and had our dog with us. We had been there 2 days with no issue. I had found a private side road a few hundred feet from the cabin that led to some newer, nice houses. I even saw a woman putting her elementary-age children in her Subaru. I felt perfectly fine on that quarter-mile track. I also chose to walk my dog down that road because the cabin was along a highway and it backed up against thick woods. The first 2 days I walked my dog down that road, I didn't have any issue. The third day, however, I was walking in the morning and got a weird feeling. I felt like I needed to turn back, so I did. My dog at that moment started to whine in a way that I had never heard her whine before or since. She looked into the woods while yipping, so I decided to book it back to the cabin. There were 2 dirt footpaths that led to this road. I only took the one near the cabin and not the other one near the barn on the property we were staying at. I get back to the cabin and let hubby know what happened. He got this look on his face, and then he told me, The night before, he had walked our dog towards the barn nearby and taken the other footpath. On the side by the trees, he saw what looked like animal skulls, 2 empty liquor bottles, candles, and other items arranged in a deliberate way on a table in the woods. He got a terrible feeling and retreated. Now, my husband is in the military and has been to war, and he's seen a lot of stuff. He doesn't get scared easily. This, though, really creeped him out. It further freaked us out because I realized we got the bad feeling near the barn. My dog was on edge after that, and so was I. I was very happy that we were on our way shortly thereafter. It also turned out that that was the night of a full moon, so we believed that it was possibly set up for a ritual, or as an altar. Somebody told me to post my story/question here for more accurate answers, so here I go. 2 or 3 times a year, we vacation in a cabin in the wilderness. Me, my wife, and our 3 young children and 2 dogs. I am no stranger to the wild, and have made a lot of multiple day and week solo trips in national parks, and even in the Arctic Circle. Yesterday, I went for a 10-mile solo hike. At the farthest point, after 2 hours, I heard my children arguing, playing, crying, laughing, and calling me from the forest. I was totally alone, and my first instinct was to run through the thick brush and trees where the sound was coming from. But then I realized that it couldn't be my kids and I should just walk on and ignore it. I decided to walk back to the cabin. The whole family was there and never left. I know how my children sound, and I swear it was them. Later, I realized the combination of all the sounds, laughing, crying, playing, etc., made no sense. What was this experience? What did I hear? This happened about 20 years ago when I was a junior in high school in southern Louisiana. At this time, a few friends and I would go canoeing on the weekends. One of our friends lived right next to a local river, and we would just park a car at a landing several miles downstream from his property, and then drive back to his house and canoe back down to the landing. It would usually take us a few hours because we would just take our time, take breaks to swim or stop and eat on the riverbank beaches along the way. On this day in particular, there were 4 of us, all males 16 to 17 years old. After we got on the river this day, our friend, whose property was on the river, remarked about a weird place he and another friend had seen on the river on a prior trip. He described it as a cult compound that was set back from the river a few yards into the woods. He said that he would be able to remember the little ramshackle dock that was built on the river in front of it if he saw it. In our teenage minds, we thought it would be the perfect adventure for the day to try and find and explore this cult compound if we could. Only in the mind of a 16-year-old boy would it seem like a great idea to walk around uninvited at a creepy structure in the woods. So we set off and were in our usual high spirits. It was a beautiful day, and we were having a good time. After a while, our friend sees a dirt road that led away from the riverbank into the woods. He said he thinks this road would lead to a weird place. So we bank the canoes and start down this dirt road. Not too long on the road though, and we began to get attacked by a swarm of horseflies. To this day, it was the most horseflies I have ever encountered. We decided to cancel our little trip down this road and ran as fast as we could back to the canoes. Surprisingly, the horseflies didn't follow us to the canoes, and we continued down the river on our merry way. Now I wonder what would have happened if we continued walking down that road. But also, I regretted not taking it as a hint to stop our search for the cult compound. A little after that, though, our friend sees the handmade dock that he mentioned earlier. So, we decide to dock there and continue our adventure. We climbed up the bank of the river and walked into the wood line. After a few steps, I could see it. In a clearing was a 2-story shack built from an assortment of lumber, tarps, and billboards. It was about the time that I noticed the moat dug around it that I realized, oh, a crazy person lives here. We should probably leave. But before the words could leave my mouth, we saw him walking towards us. He looked a lot like Charles Manson, with his unkempt brown hair and woolly beard. He was wearing khaki shorts and an Abita beer t-shirt, and had something shiny and metallic in his hands that I thought was a knife. He said to us, "Turn around." I thought this was a wonderful idea, so we turned around to walk back to the canoes. He then said, "Not that way," and then bam, fires a shot into some bushes next to him. I realized at that point that it was a pistol that he had, and not a knife. He then led us to his clearing and sat us down in the dirt. I looked above us and noticed that we were sitting under a log that had been suspended by ropes and pulleys. I don't know if he could have pulled some switch and dropped the log on us or what. So he starts to rant and rave at us about all the people that he has shot before who have tried to steal from him. He said that he's also had his dogs attack people before, and proceeded to tell dogs that we couldn't see or hear to shut up and stop barking. And I think to myself, well, I'm gonna die. It was weird because I wasn't panicked, and I remember thinking that I was kind of lucky because most people don't know when and where or how they'll die, but I did. I know, it's weird, and I have no idea why I was thinking that or how exactly it comforted me. Then I remember being a little sad that my parents may never find my body or ever find out what happened to me. He kept ranting, and I remember thinking that I would stay calm and compliant, but if he started shooting, tried to tie us up, or tried to make us go into his shack, I would try and fight him for the gun. I would have rather gone out fighting than be tied up and face some kind of other horror. He tells us that he needs our information so that he can call the police. I was really relieved at that notion and wanted to say yes, call the police right now. He goes into his truck, which was an old beat-up Toyota Tacoma type truck, and starts to look for a paper and pen. He couldn't find any paper, so he handed us a small piece of lumber and told us to write our names and addresses on it. 3 of us wrote fake names and addresses because we didn't want this guy to know where we live, but a 4th guy actually wrote down his real name and address. His rants continued, and he tells us that he fought in Vietnam, and often the Vietnamese would sneak up and attack in groups of 3 and 4, just like we were doing. I decided to try and make small talk with him, and I said, "So you were in the military?" So he starts to tell us that his shack was actually built by the Navy and transported down the river to this location. He said he was in the Navy and trained Marines martial arts. He regaled us with other stories and kind of switched from angry, menacing rants to a happy, friendly ranting. He says that he could tell that we weren't there to rob him because we don't have any buckets. He tells us that his parents always welcomed guests here, and he was happy to do the same. He proceeded to tell us to stand up and walk us back to our canoes. He tells us we are always welcome to come back, and if we need a name to call this place, we should call it Skull Island, because his parents and the bones of several dogs were buried here. Our same friend who wrote his real name and address down says, "Oh, I'm never coming back here." We elbowed him and whispered for him to shut up, and we waved goodbye to our host. We then got back in the canoes and paddled in silence the whole way back. I was worried that at any point he was following us in the woods with a rifle, ready to switch back to menacing mode and decide to take us out. But thankfully, we made it back to the landing and were able to drive off in peace, after the 4 of us had a huge group hug. So the lesson is, if you don't already know it, never trespass on people's land in the woods, especially if you already know the place is supposed to be creepy. Looking back as I got older, I feel bad for the man. He most likely had some mental health issues and was living in a place where he just wanted to be left alone. He shouldn't have to deal with a bunch of teenage boys near his place, and may have had people try and steal from him before. I'm doubtful if he ever shot anyone before, but I am definitely thankful that it didn't end worse for us. In many rural areas of the American West, cutting firewood in national forests is a necessary chore if you want a warm house through the winter. Our home in mountainous central Idaho was no exception. It was normal for my dad to pick me and my brothers up after school and head into the mountains for an afternoon of firewood gathering. My dad would fell the dead trees, then saw them into chunks. My brothers and I had the task of rolling the wood to the truck and loading it. He would continue this assembly line process until we had a truckload of wood, usually before nightfall. Hot, sweaty, and exhausted, we would pile into the truck cab and make our way down the mountain. At home the next day, we would unload and split the wood and stack it into neat little rows. This process was repeated until we had a winter's worth of fuel for our house, our grandma's cabin, and any extra for elderly neighbors. This particular afternoon, we decided to try a different logging road on the other side of the valley. This was well outside our familiar logging area. No real reason for the change, but my dad said he wanted a change of the scenery. This log road hadn't been maintained in some time. Large rocks and fallen branches littered the path. My brothers and I had to walk out in front, pushing rocks and wood out of the way as my dad lurched the truck up the switchbacks. Yard by yard, we slowly made our way up the mountain. That hike was physically brutal. As we ascended the mountain and got further into the trees, this odd feeling started to set in. I wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion from the hike or something more. There was electricity in the air, like the whole mountain was buzzing at a wavelength just below my senses. In some odd way, it felt like the mountain knew we were there, and it wasn't welcome to that fact. I wanted to say something to my brothers, but before I opened my mouth, my younger brother said, "Does anyone else feel like we're not welcome here?" My older brother and I stopped in our tracks and looked back at him. Both of us nodded in agreement. This moment was broken by my dad honking and motioning us to continue clearing the path. Reluctantly, we pushed forward to a small clearing in the woods, where we finally stopped the truck. My dad, oblivious to our apprehension, or simply choosing to ignore it, grabbed his saw and went to work. As the wood was felled and loaded, I couldn't shake this ominous feeling enveloping me like a dark shroud. I noticed my brothers were taking occasional glances over their shoulders as we worked. Everyone but my dad, it seemed, was on edge. The sun nestled down into the trees and twilight began to set in. As the light drained from the sky, my anxiety only intensified. It wasn't until my dad unexpectedly told us to load up that a wave of relief flooded over me. I could see the tension in my brothers melt away as well. The truck wasn't fully loaded. An oddity. Getting a half load was a waste according to my dad. We would sometimes work into the dark just to make sure the truck was full. But tonight, he seemed eager to head home. With everything loaded, we started down the road. Although dead tired, everyone seemed to be in a much lighter mood. We were chatting and cracking jokes while trying to blow off steam from the afternoon. We were almost out of the tree line and into the valley desert. Going down the switchbacks, you want to be careful, especially with a load, even if it was half that. A brown blur jumped up from the downslope side of the switchback. Crap was the only word that came out of my dad's mouth as he slammed on the brakes. Loaded with wood and traveling downhill, there was no way to avoid smashing into the blur. The truck finally ground to a standstill. The four of us peered through the windshield, nobody saying a word. Illuminated in the yellow glow of our headlights was a crumpled body of a deer. Grumbling and cursing the deer's existence, my dad exited the truck to investigate. Doing as they were told, my brothers stayed put in the truck. I didn't listen, following close behind my dad. The truck was fine. We hadn't been traveling fast when we smacked the deer. Just some hair and blood in the grill guard. Hitting a deer really wasn't that unusual. The mountains were full of them. What was unusual was that the deer dropped so quickly. At faster speeds, deer could still be upright and sprinting away to die in the woods after a collision. That last burst of an adrenaline dump. This one fell over like a rag doll. Before even approaching the carcass, a deep, foul smell hit us. Deer smell bad when they're alive, but this was on a whole other level. It was the smell of decay and rot. My stomach began to turn as we got closer. My nostrils were burning. Coming up on the deer, it was clearly dead. Like, really, really dead. The stench was so overwhelming that my eyes were watering. The body was a true horror scene. The deer's eyes were gone, replaced with a sunken hollow hole, as if to overcompensate for their absence. The tongue was swollen and black as coal. It could not be contained and hung out the side of its mouth. The underbelly was split open. Entrails and offal spilled into the dirt. In the dim headlights, it looked as though the deer's fur and viscera were moving, wiggling almost. Holding my breath, I bent down for a closer look, and my heart stopped. The deer, inside and out, was covered in maggots. It was dead all right, but our truck didn't kill it. Clearly it had been dead for days, if not weeks. I backed away retching. That electric anxiety came screeching back. My dad was always the quiet, stoic type, but right now, even in the dim headlights of the truck, I could see the abject horror in his face. His gaze wasn't on the deer, but focused down the mountain. Poorly masking the fear in his voice, he told me firmly to walk back to the truck and get inside. I obeyed without objection. As I grabbed the door handle, a loud shriek came out of the trees. Branches were shattering and breaking. Something was heading up the slope towards us. I slammed my door closed just as my dad reached the truck. Before his door was shut, he pressed on the accelerator. The truck launched forward, sending us over the deer carcass and racing downhill. With mine and my brothers yelling, it was hard to tell if the shrieking was following us. Our truck popped out of the tree line and into the desert sagebrush. Once out of the woods, everything quieted down. We were left with only the rumble of the engine and wind through the half-open windows. Pulling into our property, the truck came to a stop. We sat in silence. No one moved to leave the truck. Everyone started talking at once. We all had questions. What was the screaming? How does a dead deer jump uphill in front of a truck? There was no way the truck killed it. Dad just shook his head and motioned for us to quiet down. That deer was dead when we hit it. It didn't jump out in front of us. It was thrown at us. We stared at him. He explained that all day up on the mountain he had felt uneasy. Not wanting to worry us boys, he kept it to himself. He described it like walking into a stranger's living room while they were upstairs asleep. That feeling never left him, and as twilight came, he happened to catch a shadow in the corner of his eye, not far into the woods, and saw figures moving from tree to tree. He couldn't focus on them long enough for a good look before they dodged behind trees. His stomach dropped. Working hard to keep his composure, he hurried us back to the truck to leave. It was after hitting the deer and discovering it was long dead that my dad pieced together what was happening. Something threw that deer to get us to stop. Before the shrieking began, he could hear something moving in the darkness beyond the road. It was a trap. Running back to the truck could have started an ambush or triggered a prey dive, so we walked back to the truck. The second we were inside, he drove that truck downhill with no intention of stopping for anyone or anything. That feeling of electricity didn't disappear until we hit the county highway. My brothers and I never saw anything as we drove away, but those screams from the forest will never leave my mind. We didn't gather firewood the rest of the season. For the first time in his life, my dad just bought what we needed. And although we started to gather wood again the next season, we've never been back up that particular mountain. The Forest Service has permanently closed and reclaimed that road. The only way back up into those woods is a long hike, one that I'm not interested in ever taking again. Whatever was on that mountain, whatever threw that deer carcass, whatever chased us out of the woods, it did not want us there. It wanted us gone. Or worse, it wanted us dead. I was with my friends. We were all in the car sitting, waiting for another person to text us and tell us to head to their house. It was like 10 p.m., so dark but not too late, and all the windows were down, and we hear this short, monotone whistle noise, like somebody calling a dog. It wasn't too high-pitched, and not lasting more than a couple seconds. Then 20 seconds later it happened again. Almost the same, but different enough that it couldn't have been a machine. It kept happening every 20 to 30 seconds. Everybody was terrified. but my superstitious friend said, "Don't acknowledge it," and we carried on our conversation, and it seemed to go away, but not for a few minutes. It was eerie. I don't think it was a human calling a dog or something like that because there didn't seem to be any urgency, but it sort of sounded like it was communicating to something, and it sounded maybe human, not a bug or a coyote. I live in the Pacific Northwest, by the way. Last note, all of us heard it and it freaked all of us out. Like maybe it was just a really creepy bird, but it felt like it was talking to or trying to find something. And it was just one of those feelings that make your hair stand up. We weren't even in the boonies, just in a pretty rural area just outside town with lots of forest and not a lot of houses. As a child/young teen, I lived in a very strange situation in the woods. I'm not sure if this encounter may have been some kind of entity, or perhaps something different. I hope someone can give me more information about what happened to me and my friend. I'm a female, and I was around 12 years old at the time, and one of my best friends, Alex, must have been 10. Alex's father had purchased a large amount of forested land around 100 kilometers away from the city that we lived in, Montreal, Canada. It was all forest when Alex's family acquired it. They cleared a little patch to build a house, and the rest was pure, unadulterated forest. Their land was cut in two by a dirt road that, if you followed it for several kilometers, led to a few houses. And their land was very different, depending on which side of the dirt road you looked. On the right side, where their house was, the forest was light and luminous, or at least it felt that way. It wasn't too dense with little rolling hills, a lovely place to play. On the left side of the road, though, it was another story. First, there was a deep ditch, perhaps 2 meters deep, which then became a quite high and steep hill. Weirdly enough, all along the long road, the ditch was full of car parts. A set of car wheels here, a door there, a steering wheel way over there, all old and overgrown with moss. And over the steep hill, the forest gave off a really bad vibe. It had lots of very tall, dark coniferous trees with almost black trunks, and the place seemed somehow devoid of light or life. Climbing the hill, which we seldom were willing to do because of the creeps it gave us, there was some sort of swamp there. When we were there was this strange pressure. We sensed a kind of animal instinct that told us to leave this place. The strange atmosphere was spontaneously obvious to both me and Alex, and we playfully called that side of the road Demon's Forest. One weekend day, probably in 2001 or 2002, my family and I came to visit Alex's family. Bored by the adults, my friend and I decided to go play in the forest. Alex's father told us to watch out. There was an animal that had been rummaging in their trash bin and causing other nuisances. He said it was a dog that looked somewhat like a Rottweiler that surely belonged to someone living up the dirt road. He warned us that we shouldn't interact with the dog if we saw it, as it didn't look healthy, as far as he could tell, or something was weird about it. He said it somehow looked diseased or contagious, or had patches of fur missing. I can't remember exactly. And so we set out on our walk. It was autumn, and the leaves were pretty and golden, many having already fallen to the ground. It was a calm, slightly overcast, windless day. The air was very still and calm. Alex and I decided to walk along the dirt road, with the pleasant section of the forest to our right, and the Demon's Forest to our left. We chatted while following the road, as it was rising up a slope. As usual, we were slightly creeped out going up the road because of the weird vibes of the forest to the left side, but we were challenging ourselves to be brave and try to not really think about how unsettling it felt. A good distance away from their home, when it was already well out of sight, I noticed the first strange thing of the day. Out of the steep hill on the left side of the road, there was a very large and dark pine tree hanging over the road. Somebody had attached a pink ribbon to one of the branches, which was already strange, since this was the territory of Alex's family, and they had no daughters, or other little girls likely to hang around, or other people who may be owners of pink ribbons who were likely to hang out in this deserted road. The strange thing was, the ribbon was flailing strongly in the wind. Its loose ends were flapping almost horizontally. The thing is, it was a completely windless day. There was no wind to speak of. The ribbon was within my reach, so I even touched it as it was flailing. I even licked my finger and held it in the air to check if I could feel any wind or air current at all, as my dad had taught me to do. The air was perfectly still, yet the ribbon flailed. I mentioned it to my friend. He seemed distracted and was younger than me, and sometimes didn't catch on to what I said, so I didn't press the matter. We continued our climb. We reached a place where the hill on the left side of the road had a gentler slope, and began further away from the road. In fact, it looked as if the hill was kind of carved out in a way that would have made it easy for us to climb to get into Demon's Forest. It almost seemed as if the hill was carved in a sloping half circle, like in a theater, and the road we stood on would have been the stage. It gave us a very clear, treeless view of the hillside, full of golden and red fallen leaves. The trees began at the top of the hill, maybe 9 meters higher. We stopped to admire the view. Canadian autumns are a sight to behold. Alex suddenly got really excited. He thought he heard something in the Demon Woods, up the hill, and he really wanted me to pay attention. He explained that there are wild cats in that forest. They had spotted them with his dad. One of them had reportedly had kittens. Kittens being one of the most exciting things in the world for kids our age, getting us all riled up. But somehow my hackles were up, and I couldn't really relax, even thinking about adorable wild kittens. He actually thought he had heard the cat meow in the forest up the hill close by. I heard nothing of the sort and thought that he was just making it up. He vehemently suggested that we try meowing at it to see if it would respond. Maybe it would even bring its kittens along and we could see them and play with them, he said. I hadn't heard any sounds at all, and didn't really like his idea of screaming meows into the creepy forest. What kind of wild cat would respond to human children anyway? Wouldn't it be obvious that we're not cats by the sounds of us? That seemed like a dumb idea to me. Before I could try to talk him out of it, he loudly meowed into the forest. To my utter shock, the forest meowed back. Alex was delighted. He meowed again. Something in the forest answered again. I was actually shocked. This didn't make sense to me, and it creeped me out, but I suspended my disbelief to see what would happen. He kept meowing over and over. For every one of his meows, there was one coming back in response from the woods. Something felt off to me. Feral or wild animals didn't behave that way. Even at 12 years old, I realized that. And it wasn't an echo. The cat did not bounce back any sound that we threw at it except meows, which it reciprocated immediately. And anyway, there were no hard rocky surfaces around off of which sound could bounce. Everything was covered in a soft layer of sound-dulling leaves. Alex got even more excited. Listen, the cat is coming towards us. She's coming to see us with her kittens. To my surprise, he was right. There was a rustle of dead leaves coming from above us, from above the slope in the creepy forest. It seemed like the rustling was getting closer to us, but it was way off, because cats are small and light and careful with their steps. They don't make a ruckus when they walk through the woods. But here, the rustling leaves sound was extremely obvious, along with the meowing. And in fact, it sounded more like footsteps, like someone with 2 legs walking in the leaves, and it was getting closer to us. My alarm signals were starting to go off with the wrongness of it all, while my younger friend was oblivious. He was calling it more vehemently, noticing that it was coming towards us. Then I realized what seemed so wrong. The sound was coming towards us, but there was nothing to be seen. Right in front of us, we had the gently sloping hill, treeless and clearly visible. Anything coming from the forest should have been plainly exposed to view. There was nothing. No source for the rustling sound. Nothing moving. Oh, her kittens are joining her. Listen, there are more sounds. They're coming to play with us. He was right. The walking sound seemed to have multiplied, and now it came from various directions at once, ever getting closer, with nothing being visible. Something was way off. I wanted to leave, but Alex was getting mad at me. The kittens were almost here and he wanted to see them. He insisted. At this point, I was extremely tense, and fight or flight was activating from the wrongness of it all. We were alone and quite exposed on this theater stage to whatever was getting closer to us, which was more and more obviously with every moment, decidedly not kittens. I was on the verge of forcing him to go run home, and then, suddenly, I heard a very loud panting sound, right at my feet. During the first millisecond, I got only mildly surprised. We had a huge husky at home. I was used to it panting next to my feet. But then, a sense of profound dread dawned on me as I realized that obviously my dog was not here, and it must be another dog, a very big one by the sound of it, right at my feet. I panickingly looked down, ready to jump away from the dog that somehow got extremely close to me, almost on me without my noticing. Only there is absolutely nothing at my feet, but I still hear the loud, breathy panting sound coming from there. I whirl around, all 360 degrees screaming. Where is it coming from? There is nothing at my feet or anywhere around me. There is nothing there, yet the sound is clearly there. As I whirl about in a frenzy, I look up the dirt road we were following. Around 100 meters away at the top of the slope, I see a lone dog standing. It looks somewhat similar to a Rottweiler, but in very, very bad shape. Extremely unkempt, with patches of fur missing. Shaggy and dirty as heck, with some skin exposed where the fur is missing. It looks down at us too. Obviously, there is no way that I could hear it panting at that distance, and the source of the sound is at my feet. At that point, the flight instinct wins inside of me. I have never ran as desperately and as fast in my whole life. Thank goodness it was all downhill. Alex kept pace right behind me, terrified. We made it home in one piece. We didn't walk in these woods anymore. I came back to Alex's place several times in my life. I never wanted to walk in the woods again. We had amazing parties at his house as teens. I was often there rather drunk and having a great time, but I always had this very stressful sensation when I went out of his house, especially at night. When I slept over there, I had these extremely strange experiences where when I woke up, I sensed as if something was there and was observing me. In my mid-awake state, I even saw something floating near the ceiling. It had the sensation that it was not an immediate threat though. It was just observing. I'm not sure that whatever this is was related to what happened on the dirt road. We never discussed what happened that day. As I research it now, I see that this land is historically Algonquin land, though one source seemed to say Mohawk. If anybody can help clarify what happened, I would be eternally thankful. I've been thinking about this for years, and I am still baffled. When I was a child, maybe 11, I lived near the river in Pulaski County on very private land. One road, no walkthroughs, fenced off. Behind our property was river, and we could walk to it, but anyone trying to access the property would have to boat or swim in, stumble through the woods, stumble through a large garden that we had, and a large yard with huge floodlights that were motion sensing. In front of the house was more dense woods and our private road, one way in, one way out. More porch lights, and at the end of that road was a steel gate. So I was maybe 9 or 10, and I wanted to catch fireflies. My mom said okay, gave me a mason jar, and I went to leave, and I told my mom that I was turning off the front porch light to see them better. She said it was okay, but not to go to the tree line. So I was out there for 6 or 7 fireflies worth when I started to see something odd. There was a strange light hanging in between some trees. It didn't move, didn't turn, didn't shake, rotate, or anything. I stared at it for a while, fascinated and scared, but trying to figure out what it was. It appeared to be a ball and not a beam. and was definitely well defined. I was starting to get past my fascination, and I was getting scared. Then another appeared further in the trees, maybe 5 feet further back. They were literally just hanging there in the air, single balls of light clearly defined. I decided that enough was enough and ran to the house. My parents said that I was hysterical enough to warrant a rifle search of the property, and my mom called the police who came out. No one found anything. No evidence of a fire, lanterns hung in trees as a joke, nothing. I already knew that it was neither, but I hoped that someone would figure it out. I was in deep crap with my dad, who told me that I was making up nonsense, and I got the belt and was put on a diet of stacking wood for the winter that my dad was splitting, housework, etc. Does anyone have any idea what those lights might have been? Hey there, Backwoods Creepy. Long-time reader here. I had a friend call me on Friday who knows that I'm into this kind of thing. They were in shock at what they'd seen and wondered if I had any idea what this could be. I figured that I would share it here to see if anyone has any ideas. Here is what they shared with me. They were camping at Heart Mountain Hot Springs at 6:45 a.m. They were leaving their campsite by foot to use the nearest bathroom. The campsite sits above the field overlooking the road that runs west to other campsites. A field, creek, and 3 hot springs pools. As they were walking out of their sight, they looked across the field and saw an animal. It was at least 200 feet away. They thought that it was a wild horse, but there were no wild horses in the Heart Mountain National Antelope Refuge. This animal's body was facing them, south, with its head turned slightly to its left. They thought that it was a horse because it had a black mane of hair and its body was brown and shiny. It appeared to be about the size of a yearling at first. They say at first because later they saw a human man in the same location. There's a path there from the west campsites that travels to the parking lot by the east campsites. And they now believe that the creature was 7 to 8 feet tall. It turned its head, right, directly towards them. Then it turned its body leftward, east, and walked across the parking lot toward the bridge, across the creek, and then they lost sight of it in the trees. It was bipedal. It did not move quickly, walking with its back slightly forward and arms swinging at its sides. They later looked for footprints. The ground was too hardened to find any. They crossed the bridge and walked a little bit up the creek, north, looking for any evidence, like hair, and they could not locate anything. What do you think? My only thoughts are either a person dressed in some kind of ceremonial gear or animal skins, although the height makes that very unlikely. Or an animal with chronic wasting disease, which also seems unlikely, given that it was bipedal. When I went to college, I befriended a professor of mathematics. He was one of the most intelligent, eloquent, and articulate people that I've ever known. A remarkable family man who married in his 20s with a daughter and a son. He never drank or smoked, never used drugs, never permitted himself to curse, raise his voice, or become aggressive, even in disagreements. He was always in control, always punctual and on time, always organized and very disciplined. And he wore clothing that would not look out of place at the turn of the 20th century, and he acted like a true gentleman. I'm just telling you what kind of a man he was. Not a crazy man, not a junkie, no mental illnesses. I had the pleasure of taking advanced algebra, calculus 1, calculus 2, and differential equations with him. Anyway, we had this STEM club room in the math department where students hang out to study and chit-chat. And sometimes our professor would join us for help with tutoring, homework, exam study help, and just discussions about various unrelated topics. One time he told us a story about when he saw something strange in the woods. This happened during the 90s when he was a teenager. He lived in Quincy, California during that time, and he had a hobby of driving his dad's old beat-up truck all over the Sierra Nevada mountains, just for exploring, and also for hunting animals and gathering wild berries. He liked following old mining roads and seeing where they led. One such time, he was out looking for blackberries to pick. It was getting late and the sun had set, so he was driving down this narrow road when he saw that there was an obstruction in the road. He saw, it looked like someone had stretched a gigantic plastic bag across the road. He thought it might have been a construction work or something. As he drove up to what he thought was a plastic bag stretched across the road, he stopped his vehicle within like 40 feet of it, and he saw that it was not a plastic bag. It was some kind of screen or curtain, a two-dimensional flat shape, stretching over the road, perpendicular to it. It was a rectangular shape, with the width of the road and about 1.5 times in height, and he saw that it was translucent, like some kind of hologram. It was like semi-transparent, because when my professor shone a flashlight through the rectangle, the light penetrated through it, illuminating the road past it, but just barely. Like the light only went a foot or two beyond that screen. It was just standing or floating there, and yet it was not attached to anything. It held its own weight, but it was like weightless at the same time. Its surface was like wavy or rippling. My professor got out of the car to investigate this strange floating rectangle. He went right up to it, and as he did, it was like it was emitting a vibration or low humming that he could feel in his bones. There was an effect that the closer to the rectangle, the stronger the vibration was on the objects around it. And as he got close to it, he saw the hair on his arms standing up, like there was some kind of energy in the air. And there were dense trees on each side of the road, so he couldn't go around this rectangle in the middle of the road. He went up to the trees and broke off a branch. He then poked the branch into this rectangle, and he saw subtle ripples going up and down through the rectangle from the place where he touched the surface. And he stuck the stick all the way into the rectangle and there was no resistance. But he didn't see the stick going through the other side of the rectangle. It was like it disappeared or became invisible. And then he pulled it out, and the stick was unchanged, not burned or deformed. Not knowing what this rectangle was, he went back to his car, continually looking at the rectangle. He didn't want to risk driving through the rectangle, so he drove his car in reverse until the road became wide enough to turn around and head back where he came from. To this day, he doesn't know what it was. He said it looked like a two-dimensional shape, like a semi-transparent rectangle stretched across the road, perpendicular to the surface of the road. He didn't even know that it was possible for a two-dimensional shape to be floating like that, but he saw it with his own eyes. I don't know if he ever went back there to find out. He didn't elaborate. He didn't even say where exactly this was. This was just when we were chatting in the club room after 6 p.m., doing homework or just resting and eating snacks. And I never got back into contact with him after graduating, moving out of that college town, and then the pandemic hit. I don't know, but I suspect that's one of the things that pushed him to become a professor of mathematics. Seeing a rectangle in the middle of the road. That's not something that happens every day now, is it? Anyway, that's all I know. Hey everyone. So this was 24 years ago in Nova Scotia. I was sitting on my grandma's porch having breakfast. It was still early dawn. Forest was darkened past the clearing about 200 feet from the house. I saw these largest green eyes high up in the trees looking at my direction. After 20 minutes, I walked inside for a few minutes to clean up, and I came back outside to nothing. I've tried looking for what sort of critters live out that way, with green eye shine. Cougars are rare in Nova Scotia. Possums in the area are extinct. Any regular explanation for tree-dwelling large green eyes? This has been bothering me ever since it happened. I'm writing this post while the incident is still fresh in my mind. It occurred around midnight of Saturday, September 2nd, and each day that goes by, I feel more unsure about what I really heard that night. To preface, this took place in the Olympic Peninsula, along the Hood Canal. My girlfriend's parents recently bought a beautiful riverfront property in a rural area, down a private gravel road that has a few other houses here and there. Their property is heavily forested on all sides, though the neighbors' houses are vaguely visible to both the left and the right. The night was winding down after watching a movie. Everyone had gone to sleep while I lay awake playing on my phone. The windows were open, letting in the pleasant sound of the river bubbling outside. Close to midnight, I started hearing splashing in the river, which startled my dog, but was easily explainable as elk or deer crossing the river, since the area is very wild. However, after the splashing subsided, I started hearing a repeated animal cry that sounded like a sort of bellow mixed with a scream or a yell. It's hard to remember exactly at this point in time, but it was deep, not like a cougar or a fox screaming, and fast in cadence. Definitely odd, but still explainable as an animal. This happened for around 10 minutes or so, intermittently with what sounded like a huffing or snorting sound. I was alert at this point, listening and trying to calm my dog, who was unsettled by the sound as well. As I listened, it started moving closer, at first sounding like it was across the river, but now on the right side of the house. As it moved closer, it transformed into what sounded like a human screaming for help, in the most deranged and unsettling way possible. Like it was screaming help, but it couldn't quite form or enunciate the words correctly. It literally gives me goosebumps thinking about it right now. At this point, I was thinking, what the heck, and woke up my girlfriend. We listened together in silence and rushed to wake up her parents, when we both heard a pronounced help in the scream. Both dogs started going ballistic, and the screaming stopped at some point in the commotion, so her parents didn't get a good grasp on the sound. After shining flashlights out the windows, we went downstairs and made sure all the doors and windows were locked. After a sleepless night, we woke up and walked the perimeter of the property and found no sign of animals or humans. I was half expecting to see bloody human remains or something with how intense the screams were. I imagine that's what a person being axe murdered would sound like. At this point, I really regret not going outside, armed, to investigate, as I've spent the past 2 days constantly racking my brain, trying to figure out exactly what the heck that was. I've looked into every animal sound out there and haven't found a single thing that actually sounds similar to what we heard that night. I'd probably think I imagined the whole thing if my girlfriend hadn't heard it as well. I'd love to hear any thoughts and or similar experiences from this community. The very first time I went to my boyfriend's family's house, we explored the very wooded areas around his house, 30 acres of land. Some hunters go in, but no hikers. Only old logging trails which the original owner of the house probably created. A lot of the trails are not well maintained, with brush and logs all over them. One area my boyfriend wanted to show me was off trail. I hate walking off trail. I hate bushwhacking. And this was in the spring, so there were ticks. He brings me to a huge boulder that he calls Dragon Mountain, normal boulder, near a very small stream. He climbs up, and then helps me up. It was much taller than me, but by no means gargantuan. We sit on the boulder, then lie down looking up into the trees, talking. I'm on the left, my boyfriend is on the right. I don't remember if we heard the crunching of the leaves first or saw them first, but to our east, 3 adult men, all wearing black or dark navy blue from head to toe, in sunglasses, are walking toward the boulder, carrying a long black tube. All 3 of them are carrying it together, and none of them are talking. They're just walking, carrying this thing. My boyfriend and I are extremely still. We did not get the urge to say hello or say anything to them, like we would to normal people that we encounter hiking in the woods. They're walking towards us, but we don't think that they can see us because we are lying in a sort of large divot in the top of the boulder. We can hear the men walk behind where we are on the boulder. Then, when they are to our southwest, very near the boulder, they completely stop. They do not talk or make any noise. Naturally, my boyfriend and I stay silent and still. We are looking at each other, trying to take this all in. It felt like a long time that there were no walking noises. The men then walked sort of around the left of us and the boulder, then walked off towards our northwest. They were still not talking at all, just walking through the woods, holding their black tube. We were very weirded out for a long time after this, and we got out of those woods pretty quickly in a direction away from them, opting to get to the road and follow that home instead of taking the quickest route towards the house, which was pretty much in their direction. We've both racked our brains for years about this, coming up with all kinds of explanations. My boyfriend later realized that the direction that they came from is a major highway, where there is a fence as well. We conjectured there may have been hunters, with the black tube being a device to carry a deer. But a lot of hunters live around there, and tend to wear camouflage in orange, not all black or navy or dark colors in general. I get if they were hunting, they would likely be quiet, but they did make a fair amount of noise with their footsteps. Why did they stop? It just did not seem like three normal guys going through the woods. I forget all about this encounter periodically, but when I suddenly remember it, I cannot explain why I felt the way that I felt. We both had the instinct to hide and be silent.
This happened when I was growing up around 2004 or 2005, when I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that isn't really on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1,000 acres, I think, down outside that area, and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land. Being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting with him. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfy. I hated it. All I had to do was either stare out the window or try and beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something I was never able to accomplish in my youth. The drive obviously took most of the day, so we got there early in the evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it that year yet, and the cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in scouts for a couple of years, and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable roughing it. So, after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough, dust and dirt everywhere, flies. I remember that it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin and crapped on the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided to sleep. Something about that night was weird. I never was able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had that feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guess was about an hour. When we woke up, it was early, about 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs, and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer and horribly hot in the afternoons, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by the trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner before we got to the lease that nobody was there. Not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright-colored red jacket. We slowly walked towards them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all, dead still. We were about 30 yards away and could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. Weird thing was that the person was in a ski jacket and what looked to be ski pants. Now this is Texas in the summer. It was about 98 degrees outside by then. My dad called out again. No reaction. He told me to stay behind him and unsnap the clip to his pistol holster. That's all we had at the time since we were really only scouting the area. The rifles were back at the cabin. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay about 20 yards away. I stayed and crouched down, watched him circle around to the front of the man, all the while talking, asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man. My dad stood straight up with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" He called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there, staring. As I got closer, one thing stood out to me the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, sap, bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and could see him getting worried. Almost immediately after, I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew that my dad felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back while I was trying to hold back panicked tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity, but in reality, it was only about 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he had never had an issue with people because his property was high fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and the lease possibly having someone there we didn't know about, he decided to be cautious and just get out of there. After we got back home, we talked and my dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling but didn't want to wake me up because he thought that I was sleeping too. Turns out that next week, he got a call from his buddy and he checked the whole property and never found any trace of anyone. No mannequin or anything. That story still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what that was, but the paranoid man in me thinks that it was some kind of trap or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely top 3. And whoever was out there, I'm sure glad that we never met.
My encounter happened in February of 2007. I used to work third shift at a paper stock factory warehouse. The main day shift supervisor was on vacation, so our boss on night shift decided that she wanted to leave early. So she let us sneak off about 2 hours earlier than our normal shift end time. So this would have been between 4:30 to 5 a.m. I was following a coworker down this country road, as the warehouse was on the outskirts of my small rural town. I noticed he hit his brakes and proceeded to swerve off the road. I'm probably about 100 feet behind him, and I'm thinking to myself, what the heck is this dude doing? And that's when I saw it. There was a tall, dark shape strolling down the middle of the road in a hunched over and swaying side to side sort of manner. I have likened it to how one of those tall windblower figures you see swaying at a car dealership or something like that moved. Very unnatural movements. I can't do it justice by describing it, as it would only really make sense if someone saw it themselves. It looked like a tall person wrapped in a large, dark blanket or cloak. I had to hit the brakes and swerve too, but I came to a full stop. Whatever it was, I couldn't make out any features or characteristics. I saw a large torso with 2 legs. The upper half was hunched forward, as if it was leaning like an older person would with a walker. Now, at that time, I was driving a 1998 Ford Explorer, and I've looked up the height of that vehicle, and it lists around 67 inches. But whatever walked past my driver's window was a good foot or more higher than that, leaning forward. So I believe whatever was walking was over 7 foot tall minimum. Again, I could not see a head, any arms, just a figure with legs walking. My taillights illuminated it as I started to drive past it. I couldn't make out any definite details for the body. I didn't see any fur, skin, or anything like clothing. It was solid, not like a translucent type of thing. It was just large, thick, and black, or at the very least dark gray in color. My coworker had pulled over into a parking lot a little ways down the road, and I followed him in, and you could tell that he was scared. He was saying something along the lines of, "What was that? It didn't have a head," amongst a lot of other things that most panicked people say. We decided to drive back down and try to see if it was still there, and it actually was. I drove in front and he was following behind. We come up to the general area, and I noticed there's a large black animal laying in the middle of the road. It appeared to be a big black dog. Part of me knew that it wasn't large enough to be what was walking in the road, but we had to stop because it was directly in the middle of the roadway. I decided to get out and walk up to it. All the while, my coworker is yelling at me to get back in my vehicle. As I approach whatever it is lying on the ground, it brings its head up and looks back at me. Its eyes are glowing yellow, which I write off as eye shine from the headlights, but it growls at me. So I stop dead in my tracks and just watch. This thing stands up on its back legs like a person, but falls back down. It sits back up and hobbles off to the side of the road like a wounded animal that wasn't able to use its front legs. It looked like your typical German shepherd / wolf type face, but its fur was puffy like a chow dog's. It was a lot bigger than most dogs, but still, nowhere near as tall as whatever was walking down the road. I didn't see any blood or wounds, so I can't say if it was actually hurt or not. My coworker got out of the car by this point, after it had disappeared into the wood line. We discussed what had just happened, but while we were talking, I noticed next to our feet was a mouse. It was just standing there with us, but it was cleaning itself. I nudged it with my shoe, and it just kept cleaning its face as if it wasn't afraid of us. The mouse was sitting in an upright position, as in it was on its hind legs and using its front paws to wipe itself. I never really considered it until recently that all 3 of these bizarre happenings were all on 2 legs. We got back in vehicles and drove off. Then, the next time at work, I had mentioned what happened, and our coworkers laughed at us. So the other guy who saw it told me if I don't stop talking about it, he's just going to deny it, and I best just forget it. So, for essentially 15 years, I never told anyone up until recently. I've tried to rationalize it into something that makes sense, but even then, it doesn't completely add up. I've tried to explain it away as it was just a large dog that must have gotten hit by another vehicle before my coworker and I got there. Maybe it was messing around with a mouse, and it got hit, which broke its front legs, so that's why it was trying to use its back legs. The mouse was traumatized from the dog trying to mess with it, so it was just standing there cleaning the dog slobber off of itself. That sounds at least plausible, until the original thing we saw walking without a head. The dog was nowhere as tall as that thing was, so even with the dog standing upright, it was close to 6 foot, roughly, but whatever was walking had to have been over 7 foot tall, as it was so much taller than my Explorer, even with it hunched forward. I can explain away the dog and mouse, but I can't just explain what that was. So, I'm back at square one, trying to understand what it could have possibly been. As someone who's always been very skeptical, it becomes very hard to accept the unacceptable. I've always been interested in weird creatures and such, but I never truly believed that they existed. I still struggle to believe that all these crazy stories could be true. And yet, who am I to say that they aren't? Especially with the weird stuff that my former coworker and I went through that night. All I know is what I saw. But whatever I saw is something that I don't know and probably never will. It sounds crazy, and I personally would be very hesitant to believe it if someone else told me that this happened to them. But that is what happened.
I am a 17-year-old guy currently living in Phoenix, Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago on an overnight camping trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I'm not going to specify the exact trail, because I've been doing this stuff long enough to realize what happens when you post stuff on the internet. Whether it's a good trail, abandoned mine, ghosts, or whatever it may be, people come flocking, and usually with a lot of trash and loud music. Anyway, this particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through a canyon. Pretty simple in and out overnight trip. I had planned to go with my friend, but a last-minute cancel on his part left me on my own. So, with a packed bag and car ready to go, I decided to go on my own. Not leaving the house on time and some trouble navigating through forest roads, I didn't arrive to the trailhead until around 5:45, which for those of you who don't backpack, is a very big no-no. I had about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned camping spot, and it was getting dark fast, so I figured if I moved quick enough I could still get at least 2 to 3 miles in before I had to find a spot. The strategy left me hiking a very dark trail on my own, with about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anyone else. Hiking in the dark by itself is scary, especially for where I was and being on my own. Eventually, it got so dark that I could only see where my headlamp was pointing, and that's when I figured I needed to stop and get my camp set up. With only using the headlamp as my light source and trying to move fast, I ended up in a less than ideal spot. But there were some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a fire circle, so it looked like people had been there before, but definitely not recently. My first priority was to get a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I got the fire going. I got my tarp set up and cracked open a can of chili mac I had brought for myself and was very much looking forward to eating. I was feeling good. My camp was set up and my food was on the fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike had almost gone away, but it was still there. It's just a side effect of camping alone in remote areas. To fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp was set up. The site I had picked was a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees with the trail about 30 feet to my left. When you're in the woods and have a fire going, the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything on the edge of that circle and past it are pitch black. I was sitting on the ground near my fire eating my dinner when a small rock about the size of a marble was thrown into my camp. I looked at the tiny rock in shock, as I was positive that I was the only person on this trail that night. I immediately turned my light on and towards the area where I'd seen the rock come from, but due to the density of the pines and brush, I could only see about 10 feet. I spent the next 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that surrounded me, searching for whatever or whoever had thrown the rock, not daring to stray too far from my fire that in hindsight offered me a false sense of security. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I was able to convince myself that I had somehow kicked the rock or had fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror that was about to unfold. I woke to the sound of rustling leaves, barely audible if you weren't listening for them, but they were there. Still in a sleepy daze, I listened as the rustling of leaves got harder to hear as I assumed they were moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I had left next to me when I had fallen asleep. But the more I looked, the more scared I got as I came to the realization that it was no longer there. I stood up in my sleeping bag and ducked out of my tarp and looked around. I was able to see a light off in the woods. I couldn't have been more than 15 feet away. It was my flashlight, laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life where I've almost shit my pants. The flashlight that I had left sitting right next to me when I had fallen asleep a few hours ago was now 15 feet away from me, past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly slipped my boots on, clutching my knife in my other hand and keeping my head on a swivel. I weighed my options: stay here and wait out the night, or attempt the 3-mile hike back to the car in the dark. I figured that whatever or whoever was out here with me was definitely going to have a better advantage if I was out on the trail without a light. So I decided to stay at the camp and wait out the night there. Eventually it came back. I could hear it walking through the woods. It was far off, but I could hear it. It sounded like someone leisurely walking by, like they were on a stroll without a care in the world. Sometimes it would walk too far away and I would lose the sound of its steps. But then an hour later, maybe 2, it would return, still faint as ever. This went on for about 3 or 4 hours, until I listened to the steps get closer and closer until they were about 7 feet away from me. At this point, the fire had gotten very small as I had run out of wood in my pile. The footsteps stopped, and everything went totally silent. I sat there, still, for 2 hours, clutching a knife in my hand, and prayed that I wouldn't hear anything else. I stayed like that until the sun cast enough light that I could see that I was alone in my campsite. I packed the things and speed-walked the 3 miles back down the trail that I had taken. I arrived at the empty dirt road where my car was parked and nearly sprinted to it as I unlocked my Subaru, jumped in, and drove and didn't stop until I had put at least 20 miles between me and that place. I stopped at a gas station in Apache Junction to buy a Red Bull, but mostly just to see and or talk to another person. As I exited the store, I was able to read what was written in the dust on the back window of my car. Sleep well. A lot of weird things have happened to me on my various adventures through Arizona, but this is the weirdest and scariest by far, so I thought I'd share it. There is a seriously deranged person living in the Superstition Mountains. Do yourself a favor and stay as far away from those mountains as you possibly can.
I'm not sure that this is the appropriate forum, since what I thought was a scary encounter turned out to have a totally normal explanation. But anyway, here it goes. I had bought a house with a steep backyard that sloped down 40 foot to some thick woods. In the fall, I started building a retaining wall to get a level space. I mostly worked on it in the evenings after work. At this particular time, I was cutting a trench in the hillside to lay in a dead man. If you aren't familiar with the term, a dead man is simply a log or railroad tie laid in a trench parallel to the wall, further up the hillside. Cables are run from it down to the wall through the dirt. The dead man acts like an anchor to keep the wall from bowing out from the weight of the earth it is holding back. Anyway, this night, I was hurrying to get the trench finished. I had put the railroad tie in the trench, and it wasn't lying flat. So I pulled it partially out, with one end resting on the edge of the trench, and was digging underneath it in the bottom of the trench with a hand towel. The sun had set, and it was really getting too dark to work. It was one of those cold, crisp autumn nights, with dry leaves skittering along pushed by a hissing wind. The moon had come up over the horizon and was shining through the trees. I was lying flat on the cold grass with my arms digging at the trench under the railroad tie. I had just about decided to quit for the evening when I felt my hand get grabbed by something from the bottom of the trench. With claws. I shrieked like a little girl. That old fight-or-flight reflex started with vengeance. I must have levitated to my feet and was just about to push the railroad tie back into the hole to crush whatever the heck it was that grabbed me. I hesitated for a moment. In that instant, my neighbor's cat poked his head up from the trench. It must have crawled in, unnoticed from the other end of the trench, and had been attracted by my digging motions. That cat never knew how close it had come to being flattened like a pancake. I've had a few other weird incidents in my life, as I imagine most people have, but this was the one that I remembered that scared me the most, and yet had the most mundane possible explanation. There's a little hot springs nestled near the peak of the Passamaquoddy Pass in central Idaho, though it was hidden in plain sight, sitting quite literally on the shoulder of the road. It's not a well-known attraction outside of the valley, but the local ranchers are quite familiar with Barney Hot Springs. It's not unusual to drive by on weekends and see several families enjoying the water. Barney Hot Springs, or simply Barney's, is incredibly remote, even for Idaho standards. It's at least an hour of driving over rutty dirt roads to the small town of Salmon to the north. If you need a hospital, it's over 2 hours to the regional hospital in Idaho Falls to the south. To say you're in the middle of nowhere at Barney's is an understatement, but the seclusion is one of Barney's major drawing points. That and the odd abundance of tropical fish swimming in the year-round warm waters. You can sit back, relax, and take in the surrounding views of the mighty Rocky Mountains with little in the way of distraction. But Barney's isn't all it seems to be on the surface. An event 40 years ago turned this little hot spring from a local retreat to a local nightmare. On the afternoon of October 27th, 2 truckers stopped for fuel at my parents' gas station and cafe in Howe, Idaho. They were hauling a load of hay over the Passamaquoddy Pass, headed for a delivery point somewhere in Utah. As the truck fueled, the 2 men settled down at the cafe counter and ordered coffees. Sipping his coffee, the older trucker struck up a conversation with my mother and the regulars in the cafe. He seemed a bit on edge, but was normal in comparison to his younger partner. That young man was clearly shaken and didn't say more than a quiet, "Yes, ma'am," or "No, ma'am," to my mom. He kept his attention on the cup of coffee that he cradled in his shaking hands. As the older trucker and the others conversed, he brought up a peculiar event that had happened to him that afternoon. They had crested the Passamaquoddy Pass and were coming down into the Little Lost Valley. As they approached Barney Hot Springs, standing in the middle of the road was what looked to be a child. Bringing the truck to a stop, they soon realized in horror and fascination what was before them. It was not a child, but an odd humanoid creature. Its body was slim, with long, slender limbs and a squat little torso. The head and eyes were large and amphibian-like. It was not standing any taller than a preschooler. They could see its green skin shimmer in the brilliant midday sun. Dripping with water, it was clutching a large bundle of what could only be described as hundreds of eggs. The creature watched the truck come to a stop, then awkwardly walked over the rest of the road and down an embankment. It was obvious from the trail of water that it left behind that it had just come from Barney Hot Springs. On the other side of the road was a small stream hidden in dense willow bushes. No sooner had the creature disappeared, the 2 truckers were driving away as fast as their Cummins engine would take them. My mom and a few regulars at the cafe took in the man's story with silent, somber expressions and comforting head nods. This wasn't the first time that strange things had been witnessed in the Little Lost Valley. Of course, a frogman carrying his brood certainly was the most unique story that they had heard in a long time. The regulars told the truckers not to get too worked up over the incident, as it could have been the autumn sun playing tricks on their eyes. The reassurance seemed to calm the men. They finished their coffees in a few quick gulps and headed out the door. My mom and the regulars had a good chuckle over the men's story and went on with their day. The following morning, on October 28th, one of the largest earthquakes ever recorded in Idaho history struck the area. The Bora Peak earthquake was a magnitude 7.5 and could be felt hundreds of miles away. It destroyed farm infrastructure, roads, and bridges. It was a horrific and frightening day for everyone in Idaho. Barney Hot Springs was not far from the earthquake's epicenter and did not escape its wrath. A couple of passing visitors near the springs that morning watched in amazement as the water drained into the earth, leaving behind a stinking, mucky hole. Minutes later, to their further astonishment, the water came splashing back into the depression, but was now boiling hot. It was a truly bizarre geological event to see. The boiling stopped immediately after the earthquake ceased, and the water at Barney's quickly cooled. It's now more of a warm springs, having permanently lost about 15 degrees of temperature after the earthquake. The Frogman has been seen a handful of times since that initial sighting, always near Barney's, and almost always standing in the road. I like to think that the Frogman was just a doting parent getting their babies out of harm's way before the earthquake struck and annihilated everything in the hot springs. Barney Hot Springs is still a wildly popular spot for the locals. No one seems to be too bothered by the idea of sharing the water with a little odd amphibian man and his family. Someone even reintroduced the tropical fish after the boiling incident killed all of them. It remains just one of the many weird stories to come out of the Lost Rivers area of Idaho, where I grew up.
I've spent my whole life in Georgia, and I love hiking all over, but I must admit, North Carolina has the best mountains. For this reason, I frequently drive up there to hike and camp. This time, I went up with my family in an RV and stayed with them in Maggie Valley. The next day, however, I had them drop me off about 10 miles away at the Cold Mountain Trailhead, and I planned to hike up, spend the night, and be back down in the morning. I was by no means inexperienced at hiking or camping, but I had never camped alone. On top of that, I didn't bring a pistol, something I won't go without now. On the way up, the trail was surprisingly strenuous, not necessarily steep. I've hiked some steep stuff out west, but more like a ton of ups and downs and feeling like it would never end. Eventually, it began to get darker, and I realized that I needed to stop and set up while I still had light. So I stopped about half a mile short of the summit and figured that I would continue in the morning. Nothing eventful happened. I set up camp in a really good spot, ate my food, and went into the tent. At this point, I realized I hadn't run into a single other person my entire way up. This wasn't really eerie at the time, but it soon would be. I have trouble sleeping and usually lay awake for up to an hour trying to sleep. During this, I thought I heard someone slightly walking around the general area because of the rhythm of the steps. I brushed it off as my mind running wild, but I did pull my big old knife out of my bag and put it next to me in the sleeping bag. That morning, I woke up and ate oatmeal. As I ate, I looked over at my tent and noticed a strange bundle of dried twigs and berries, tied with green cord propped up against my tent. But I packed my crap up and took off within 5 minutes. In no way I bothered going to the summit. I headed straight down. On the way down, I realized there was a pretty heavy fog, and I ended up on a side trail that eventually ended and I was lost. I used a compass to eventually reorient myself, and I found the trail again. One of the biggest reliefs. I made it out with no other incident. However, come to find out, that same morning, a 27-year-old died on the same section of trail as me, and it's possible that I would have run into him had I not gotten lost and rejoined the trail later. His family seems to have scrubbed the internet of several of the articles on him, but I'll see if I can find something. The scariest part was knowing that someone knew where I was and watched me, and I had no clue about them. So this happened last year in Virginia, and is also the reason that I never backpack alone anymore. I was taking summer courses at the time, and we ended up with a 3-day weekend in June, so I thought it was a great time to explore some of the Virginian wilderness. I did a Google search, and I found a state park with a trail that looked nice, and let my roommate and family know the trail that I was going to be on. When I got close to the park area, I saw a little outdoor shop where people hiking the Appalachian Trail stop. I went in to grab a map of the area just in case I got lost. As I was talking to the owner, he mentioned a trail that's not well known that has a pretty cool waterfall and swimming hole. This piqued my interest, so I had him show me on the map. It took me outside the state park, but he said it was a great place to go. I paid for the map and thanked the owner. I texted my roommate and parents about the new trail, and I parked my car and set off on my new adventure. I should note that the waterfall was going to be a side trip from my journey. I was planning 3 days and 2 nights. I started on part of the Appalachian Trail, and it was pretty packed with people, and some of them were really fun to talk to. As expected, as I got further and further from the main trails, I saw less and less people. Around early afternoon, 3 miles from my destination, I noticed it was unnaturally silent. No birds, no bugs, not even wind, and I had a feeling of being watched. I shook it off as me overanalyzing the situation. I got to the waterfall, and it wasn't too spectacular, but it was cool to look at. Plus, it had a good-sized area to swim in, so naturally, I stripped down to my skivvies and took a dip. It was pretty refreshing. As I was just getting back my clothes on, I started whistling to myself. It was Chill Bill because it was stuck in my head. That's when I heard something whistle the same tune back. I thought it was a bird copying me, so I went back and forth with it, and it'll repeat whatever I whistled. I thought it was pretty neat. As I was setting up camp, I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched again. Like, I'd get goosebumps and my hairs would stand up. As night fell, I built a small fire and lit my jet boil to make dinner. As I did this, I became super hyper aware that, again, there was no sound, just deafening silence. Some part of my brain was telling me that I'm not safe and I needed to leave. I ignored it and crawled into my tent with my flashlight and book. I went to sleep without incident. When I woke up the next morning, my site was trashed. My camp stool was nowhere to be found. My bear bag with my food was cut down, and the contents were thrown across the site. My first thought was a crafty animal chewed through the rope and got at the bag, but I looked at the rope and it was cut with something very sharp. Plus, none of the food was even touched. I also noticed bare footprints all around my campsite. Keep in mind, I'm at least 6 to 8 miles from a road. As I was looking at the mess, I heard a branch snap off in the distance. I turned to look in that direction. I saw nothing, but I heard that whistling again. My whistle from yesterday. But it was different. It sounded more sinister. It made my hair stand on end. It sounded like it was a little off in the distance, so I packed up my camp as fast as I could. The whistling got closer as I finished stuffing the tent into my bag. I didn't bother with putting anything away properly. The whistling was incessant and sounded like it was coming from all directions. I got fed up with the whistling. I stood up and I yelled into the woods, "Shut up." It stopped whistling and it was quiet for a moment. Then it repeated what I said in my voice. It sounded just like me, but distorted, like it came from an old TV. After I heard this, I immediately threw my pack on and ran in the direction that I came from. I heard it moving just behind me, fast, switching between the whistle and my voice. It felt like it was toying with me, not coming too close, but not getting too far away either. Eventually, it sounded like it got further and further away from me. Then it stopped suddenly. When it stopped, I stopped and turned around. I wished I didn't, because I heard the most bone-chilling screech ever coming from right next to me. That's when I started running again. I didn't look. I only ran. Less than half a mile, I ran into a couple of people that were also backpacking. They saw the look of terror in my face and asked me if that was me that screamed and asked if I was okay. I told them about what happened, and they decided not to go down where I just came from. We moved to a more populated trail as quickly as we could. As soon as I got back in my car, I drove to one of the park rangers' stations and reported what happened. Since the site was off park grounds, they told me it wasn't in their jurisdiction, but that they would send a ranger to investigate. The ranger station's parking lot ran right up into the woods, and when I was getting into my Jeep, I heard the Chill Bill tune coming from the woods just in front of me. I never drove so fast in my life. When I told my roommate why I was back after only one night, all he said was, "Bro, I'm never going camping with you."
This may not be the scariest story, but it sure did put fear into us at the time. Years ago, a friend and I decided to go raccoon hunting on a large wooded piece of land that my family owns on a lake. We met at his house at about 11 p.m. and set off walking the half-mile down the dirt road into the woods. We talked in low voices, catching up on things, and then we quieted down when we reached the fence where the property line was. We loaded our .22s and started looking for signs of our prey. The woods weren't totally quiet. They were full of country sounds, frogs singing on the lake, owls hooting back and forth in the trees, even mice running over the leaves that had fallen the previous fall. I was amazed by how much a tiny little rodent can make so much noise. This whole time we weren't really talking, just steadily walking through the dead leaves and pausing to listen to the sounds around us. Suddenly, completely out of the blue, the woods went dead silent. No frogs, no mice, no owls, nothing at all. My friend and I stopped in our tracks at the exact same time. The frogs stopped. What the heck? We stood there for a minute or so in dead silence, listening for a larger animal. We're not in bear country, so it couldn't be that. Branches breaking, something. Nothing but the sound of our breathing. I think we should leave. Yep. We clicked the safeties off on our rifles and got out of there as hastily and at the same time as cautiously as we could manage, feeling a surge of adrenaline as we went. We didn't think to unload our rifles until we were a little more than a halfway back to his house. Later, we both admitted that the silence dropping like that triggered something akin to an anxiety attack. I've been back to those woods several times since then, both in the daytime and at night, and I never experienced anything close to that feeling. Never saw a coon that night either. I was hunting for black bear one day back in the early 2000s. The area that I was hunting was in northern Clinton County. My ex-brother-in-law and I enjoyed the area and spent many a season scouting and hunting these lands in central Pennsylvania. This part of the county is filled with log hollows, steep inclines, and hard-to-access trails. We both like to do our own thing and hunt separate terrains. I would often drive down into the hollows while he scoured the ridge lines, hoping to get a shot at whatever I pushed over the tops. We both carried pretty bumped-up two-way radios to keep a general idea of where we were, although often the terrain made it difficult for good reception. This day was a typical Pennsylvania bear season day. It was on the Wednesday of the season, third and last day of the brief season it was back then. The woods were quiet, with no distant whooping and yodeling of various opening day camps, pushing drives through the woods. The weather was cold, gray, and windy when we separated to begin our hunt and continued on throughout the day. I spent the day still hunting down this long hollow south of a little town in northern central Clinton County, with the idea of meeting my brother-in-law at the top of a ridge at the agreed time of 4 p.m., giving us both plenty of time to hike together the few miles back to his truck. After hunting all day, I found an old game trail that appeared to meander its way back up the ridge line towards where I knew he would be waiting for me. After close to an hour, maybe around 3:30, I made my way 2/3 of the way to the top, stopping often, scouring the slope for that jet black fur of a roaming bear. Along the trail, I came upon a long ago used fire ring. It was very rudimentary in its build and appeared to be used only once. The ring's rocks were covered in lichen and only had the faintest traces of black from a long ago fire. I found it odd that a fire ring would be here, considering the steepness of the slope, but it was a very small, somewhat leveled ledge. There I figured I would set and eat the rest of my packed food and sit still, hoping to catch a final chance to see a bear. All the while it felt odd, somewhat unwelcoming, like I shouldn't be there. almost like I was a forbidden interloper on someone's valued spot. I sat for maybe 20 minutes and thought that it was time to continue the trek upward to my friend. As I stood, I slung my backpack on and reached down to sling my rifle over my left shoulder. As I stood up, I heard my name called loudly. It didn't really sound like it was behind me, rather all around in my head. Just as I was going to turn around, my rifle was slapped off of my shoulder. I felt the force, heard the sound of something slap against the wood of the stock, and crouched quickly to save my gun from dashing onto the rocks at my feet. I grabbed it just in the nick of time and quickly turned around with a mouthful of words for whom I thought was going to be my brother-in-law jacking with me. There was nobody at all there. Absolutely no way could anyone had rushed off without me either seeing or hearing them. I felt a sick feeling in my churning stomach, chills throughout my body. I muttered a few Hail Marys and sped up to the top of the bridge, met my bud, and quietly we hiked our way out of the woods to his truck in the spreading dark of evening. This has bothered me for years, and I have not been back in those particular woods since. But someday, I do hope to. My family has been hunting for years. It's a tradition with us. This is a story about the second time I went elk hunting. We live in Wyoming, and there are tons of places to hunt elk around here. We were on Battle Mountain, right on the Wyoming/Colorado border. We were hiking down a small ravine. It was a long hike, and we had already hiked a few miles. The point is, we were already a bit worn out. There are mountain lions, bears, wolves, and coyotes in that area. The only two that are dangerous are the first two. The one that's scarier is the first. I had heard of stories of people being stalked by mountain lions, but never imagined that I would be on the receiving end of one of those situations. Anyway, we were hiking when I heard a sound. This sound, I had heard nothing like it before. At first, I thought it was an idiot with a chainsaw or dirt bike. The sound rose in pitch and transformed into a snarl. Right then, my dad, brother, and I froze. There's something about that sound that makes your legs stop moving without you realizing it. It makes the hairs on your neck stand up, and you become hyper-aware. We stood like that for around 30 seconds, but let me tell you, it felt a lot longer than that. We all gave each other looks as if to say, "Am I going crazy? Did you hear that?" Arguably, the scariest part was we never saw him. In the ravine, it echoed like crazy. An unseen fear is the worst one that I can think of. Needless to say, we were on edge for the rest of the hike. I never went back there. The area is beautiful and as serene as anything you could ever imagine. But you had better watch your back. This event occurred with a friend from out of town, whom I had invited for an afternoon hunting trip. The location was in South Louisiana, an area characterized by thick woods and tall palmetto up to 6 feet high in some places. The water that we had to traverse to reach my deer stands was at times up to our waist, making the mile-long journey to our deer stands slow-moving. My friend, unaccustomed to this challenging terrain, managed to keep up. Upon reaching the first stand, positioned 15 feet above the ground with a ladder for access, I informed him that I would return to pick him up about a half an hour after dark, as my stand was a half mile past his. We had a full moon that illuminated the water, allowing us to extend our hunting time. When darkness finally set in, I descended from my deer stand with my rifle on my shoulder and began walking slowly towards my friend's stand. As I approached, I shone my light upward, only to find that he wasn't in the stand. Focusing the light on the ground beneath the stand, I discovered him leaning against the tree that it was affixed to. Oddly, he wouldn't meet my gaze, even after calling his name. Closing the distance, I asked if he was ready to leave. When he finally turned to look at me, the sight was unsettling. His eyes were rolled back, and his mouth was wide open as he stood there, unresponsive to my questions. Fearing the unknown, I positioned my rifle between us. He remained in this eerie state, not uttering a word or responding to my questions. Stranded a mile or so in the deep woods, surrounded by thick palmettos and waist-deep water, I was unnerved by the bizarre behavior of my once familiar friend. Desperation prompted me to slap his face, bringing him back to reality. I asked if he was okay, to which he replied with urgency, "Let's get out of here now." Shocked, I had him walk ahead of me on the way back to the truck, maintaining a vigilant watch. Once inside the truck, we departed without exchanging a word. Confused and concerned, I pressed him for explanation. Tearfully, he recounted an encounter in the woods. While sitting in the stand, he heard something approaching through the water and rustling palmettos. When the mysterious figure came into view, he described it as a man who appeared to be skinned alive, devoid of any skin. Terrified, he climbed down and hid under the stand against the tree, hoping that this person wouldn't spot him if it returned. His state of shock and distress, when I found him, was a result of this harrowing experience. A week later, during a conversation with my cousin, who had visited a nearby Indian memorial, I learned about a tribe that historically skinned individuals alive as punishment for serious crimes. My friend, unfamiliar with the area, had no prior knowledge of this tribal practice. The unsettling question lingers. Did he witness the ghost of one of these skinned individuals from years past? I can't say for certain, but the haunting image of my friend that night in the woods is etched into my memory. When I was a kid, my dad had a membership in a hunting club. The old guys used to tell me all kinds of scary stories, and I was scared of the dark, and the woods in the dark in particular. The scariest story was about the old one-eyed man that lived down in the swamp. I don't remember any particulars of why it was scary, but a one-eyed man in the swamp was scary enough for me when I was 10. Of course, the first time I sat by myself and killed my first deer was in said swamp, at the very end of a long logging road. When I shot the doe, I expected my dad and his friends to show up immediately to load the deer up like they said they would. Did they? No. I sat waiting for what felt like an eternity. I knew if it got dark, I was a goner when the old one-eyed man showed up and dragged me into the swamp. I ended up hightailing it up that old logging road about 2 miles to the camp to find my dad and his buddies drinking and cooking supper while I waited for my fate with old One-Eye. I know it sounds silly, but man, was I scared at the time. I hunt a very rural area of land in Michigan. One year, a buddy and I heard some very faint screams while out in the blind. We couldn't make it out, but it sounded like it could have been someone calling for help. We just looked at each other and kind of chuckled, thinking it was one of the dudes in the camper down the road drunk. Fast forward a couple of days, and we heard that there was a report of a missing man and female in our area of the woods. Snow got too deep, and the search was called off. Once springtime thawed everything out, they ended up finding them both frozen to death. Makes me think about what I could have done to help in that situation. This was one of my first outings as a kid by myself in the woods, and I had decided to go out for an afternoon set. I sat past sundown as I was familiar with the trail and knew that I'd have no problem finding my way back. As I was gathering my stuff together and about to climb down from the tree stand, I heard these god-awful screams that, in my young mind, was convinced was a woman getting murdered or some kind of monster. I jumped off of the stand and ran back to the cabin as fast as I could, and I told my father and grandfather about it, who both looked at each other with frightened looks on their faces, and proceeded to tell me about a local legend of a witch that lived in the woods that we were hunting in. I was scared to death to ever go hunting in those woods again, by myself, so I would always insist that my dad or grandfather would go with me. It wasn't until a few years later, when my grandfather had passed, that my dad told me the truth, that it was probably just a fox. They make a horrible screaming sound during mating season. He said that they both knew what it was right away, but my grandfather and him thought that it was funny, and my grandfather didn't want to tell me the truth because he really enjoyed the fact that I would ask him to go out hunting with me every time after that, and he didn't want that to change. During bow season, a roommate of mine killed a large doe around 9 p.m., then waited for me to get home at 12 a.m. to go track it a few miles in the woods. Thick forest made seeing without a good flashlight impossible. We had 4 headlamps, tracked the blood for an hour, then found the doe dead in a stream. We gutted it, then had to pull it a few miles back to the car. 3/4 of the way back, we heard a loud howl, then another one, and another one just 100 yards away. All of our headlamps except for one died. We pulled the doe to the edge of a field about 200 yards away from our car, and in the tree line right next to us, we see a pair of eyes. Then another walk out behind it. Then 2 more pairs of eyes. For about a mile, we had been tracked and followed by a pack of 4 large canine-sized coyotes. As we pulled the doe across the field, the coyotes completely circled us, and we had to hop up on hay bales for a few minutes, because one coyote got within 10 yards of us. Mind you, all we could see was eyes and a silhouette of them. We had no weapons beside a single gutting knife. Finally, the one coyote backed away a little, and we grabbed the doe and just ran as fast as we could back to the car. We shined a light back, and 2 more coyotes joined the pack, equaling 6 total, and they were about 20 yards away by the time we made it to the car. There's nothing like being tracked by a pack of coyotes for a mile in a pitch-black dense forest, then being surrounded and only seeing their eyes and silhouette. After that, forget going into a forest without a firearm. When I was a kid, my dad and I were deer hunting in the Buck Cliffs. We found a tanker bunk and started closing the gap. The buck went over a ridge and started working down. We got to the top of the ridge and could see the rack from above. It was a very steep hill heading down to a Forest Service road. We got down and started crawling. After what felt like an eternity, we see an old truck hauling up this road. Mind you, we are wearing blaze orange. We get to within a couple of 100 yards of this deer and a south-facing slope with 0 cover. This deer makes a move up towards us, and my dad and I lay down behind the stump of a bush. The guys in the truck jumped out of the truck and started shooting right in our direction. I heard one bullet sizzle up and to my right. Bullet 2 hits a stump to my dad's left. My dad jumped on top of me, and I heard shot 3 and 4, but did not see where they went. This whole time, my dad is yelling and waving his orange hat. I looked up and saw my dad sim his rifle, at these guys I assume, and then heard truck doors slam and the truck leave out towards town. We end up calling the sheriff in town. This was before cell phones, and have a description of these guys in the truck. The sheriff knew exactly whose truck it was and went to their house and confronted the guy. They couldn't get him for shooting at us. but they did get him on a DUI and a person in possession of a firearm that was not allowed to have one. I was out scouting deer earlier this year. I was deep into some public lands in rural North Carolina, which can get pretty deliverance pretty quickly, so I was already on edge. I started seeing a bunch of bear sign, scats, prints, etc. So I added that stress on top of whatever I already had. I stumble on a huge mess of bear prints and torn up earth that looks like it just happened, and I immediately start thinking, what the heck? Now I'm going to get eaten by a bear. This is how it ends. I start making some noise, like lots of noise, hoping to scare it off if it's near, thinking it's late summer in North Carolina. That bear can't be that hungry. 30 seconds later, I hear grunting and snuffling off to the side, heavy breathing punctuated by snorts and the occasional grunt or twig breaking, as whatever it is lumbers along. And whatever it is big, like huge, and it's moving right towards me. I dropped my backpack and pulled out my hatchet that I brought along, just in case I needed to clear out a shooting lane, or clear any fallen trees in the road. My heart is pounding, and I'm thinking that if I survive, I'll probably need some new shirts. I'm waving my arms. Hey bear, hey bearing at the top of my lungs. But it just keeps getting closer. I'm ready. I'm gonna fight a bear. This is it. My Leonardo DiCaprio moment from The Revenant. At least I'll go out fighting. And then, a horse pops its head out of the trees. What the heck? Where did this horse come from? I stand there staring at it. It staring at me, calm as can be. Each other just wondering what the other's plan is. And then he just dips his head and walks off the other way. I took a moment and then kept on scouting. I still have no idea where that horse came from. I was told that you guys might like this. This happened when I was growing up, around 2004 or 2005, when I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that really isn't on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1K acres, I think, down outside that area, and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land. Being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought that he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting for them. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfy. I hated it. All I had to do was either stare out the window or try and beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something that I was never able to accomplish in my youth. The drive obviously took most of the day, so we got there early in the evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it that year yet, and the cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in scouts for a couple of years, and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable roughing it. So after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough, dust and dirt everywhere, flies. I remember that it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin and messed on the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided to sleep. Something about that night was weird. I never was able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had that feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guessed was an hour maybe. When I woke up, it was early, about 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer and horribly hot in the afternoons, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner before we got to the lease that nobody was there. Not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright colored red jacket. We slowly walked towards them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all. Dead still. We were about 30 yards away and could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. Weird thing was that the person was in a ski jacket and what looked to be ski pants. Now this is Texas in the summer. It was about 98 degrees outside by then. My dad called out again. No reaction. He told me to stay behind him and unsnap the clip to his pistol holster. That's all we had at the time since we were only scouting the area. The rifles were back at the cabin. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay put about 20 yards away. I stayed and crouched down, watched him circle around from the man, all the while talking to him asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man, and my dad stood straight up with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" And he called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there staring, and as I got closer, one thing stood out the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, sap, bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and I could see him getting worried. Almost immediately after, I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew that my dad had felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back while I was trying to hold back panicked tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity, but in reality was only about 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he had never had an issue with people because his property was highly fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and the least possibly having someone there that we didn't know about, he decided to just be cautious and just get out of there. After we got back home, we talked, and my dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling, but didn't want to wake me up because he thought that I was sleeping too. Turns out that next week, he got a call from his buddy, and he checked the whole property and never found a trace of anyone. No mannequin or anything. That story still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what was happening, but the paranoid man in me thinks that it was some kind of trap or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely in the top 3. I was hog hunting deep in the palmettos. I was all by myself this time. The sun was setting and I started to see some hog movement about 200 yards away from me. I started to move that way very quietly with the wind in my face. As I got deeper into the palmettos, I could hear the hogs grunting. I stopped and listened to gauge how far away they were. Then I got my knees taken out by a big fat sow. This was probably the hardest I've ever been knocked on my butt. It was like a car hit me. I could see another hog running towards me, so I took out my .40 and domed it near point blank. My buddy and I are both police officers, so we are allowed to carry a firearm into public land, where the general public is not allowed to. We are from Texas. We went hunting one morning to a new place where we saw a lot of deer activity, about a 2-hour walk from the truck. We both bow hunt in tripods and wear full-body ghillie suits. The location where we hunt only allows bow hunting. About 1 hour after the sun comes up, some random guy started walking around towards our direction, carrying a bolt-action rifle while smoking a cigarette. He makes it about 40 yards from me and I took my headgear off, and I told him some stuff. Probably not in the nicest manner. The gentleman walks in closer and decides to point his rifle at me. The rifle was a .30-06 and had 1 round in the chamber. At this point, I decided to laugh and told him to think twice about his decision. My buddy to my left, which he did not see, was a full draw with his bow with a very heavy arrow and very sharp broadhead. I told him to look, and you could see the fear in his eyes. He lowered the rifle, and we both in an instant had him at gunpoint with our handguns. We tied him up using zip ties and called the game warden. The entire walk back, he did not say a word. They met us at our trucks. They took him into custody for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. When they ran his name, he had 2 murder warrants out, 1 out of Louisiana and 1 out of Kentucky. He was sentenced to life in prison a year later. We did go back to our tripods, and we both got a deer that day, and a good story. About 4 years ago, me and some of my friends were driving down a rural road in the Maine wilderness. I was driving pretty slow, and we were talking about college. All of a sudden, out of the woods on the left side of the road, a woman walked out in front of the car. She was our age, early 20s, kinda short, 5'3" maybe, and she had blonde hair. She was wearing a flannel shirt over a white shirt and jeans, but there was some blood on her shirt and hands. Not a lot, but a noticeable amount. She stopped on the right side of the road and turned to look at us. My friend rolled down his window and asked if she needed help. She said that she could use a ride to the nearby gas station, and we agreed to drive her there. She got in the back with 2 of my friends and we went on our way. She was quiet until my friend asked if she was hurt because of the blood. She said no, that she had been hunting something big. We assumed that she meant deer, and friend number 2 said that he hunted deer too. She said that was cool, but not what she had been hunting. We arrived at the gas station and she got out and went in. We waited for her to come out, but she didn't, so we left. Now we wonder what exactly she had been hunting, if not deer. Also, I'll add a couple more things. This was at night, around 10 or 11 p.m. Only friend 2 had been drinking, and only a little bit. And we all remember this clearly, and we have all brought it up since. It was September in central Idaho. Autumn had come to the mountains, and with it, bow hunters looking for mountain goats. My cousin, let's call him Vern for anonymity's sake, is an avid hunter. He's been all over North America hunting various game: bears in Alaska, wild hogs in Texas, bighorn sheep in Wyoming. But his favorite hunting area was the Lemhi mountain range in central Idaho. Our extended family has been hunting in those mountains for generations. We know every river bottom and mountain peak like many people know their own neighborhoods. Mountain goats are a fascinating animal to hunt. They live well above the tree line in rocky environments. They are sure-footed and can climb near vertical slopes. Hunting these animals requires one to venture into these dangerous areas. You have to be mindful as you pursue an animal like that. One wrong step on a rocky slope or one loose rock could mean that you're not going home ever again. Vern was an expert mountain hunter. It's something he was born to do. Vern decided to hunt in the Hayden River area of the Lemhis. It's a familiar spot to most locals, and the area is home to plenty of mountain goats. The first mile of Vern's hike was uneventful as he climbed up the canyon. The air was crisp, and his breath formed in great plumes as he progressed. The sun was just peeking over the mountains when Vern came to a small deer trail. He decided it might be a nice shortcut from his usual route and took it. A few hundred feet up the trail, he saw something odd pop out from behind a tree. It was a man. He was dressed in a light denim coat and jeans and was carrying a small backpack. My cousin stopped for a second to get his bearings, unsure of where this guy came from. The man waved at him with both arms. One of them was holding an older-style hunting bow. Acknowledging him, Vern waved back. Although the man looked to be physically fine, it was clear that he was emotionally distressed. He yelled out something that my cousin couldn't quite hear and waved his arm, indicating my cousin should follow him. Vern didn't get any bad vibes from this man and could tell that he was genuinely in need of some help. He began to make his way up the canyon, following this mystery man. Vern could never gain any ground on this guy. He was always just far enough away that he couldn't talk to him. Periodically, the man would stop, turn towards him to make sure that Vern was still following. Every time he looked back, Vern could see the worry in his face. My cousin did his best to remain calm and kept a smile on his face, unsure who or what he was being led to. It was peculiar, Vern thought as he hiked. He hadn't seen any other vehicles on his drive up to the trailhead. Perhaps he came in from over another ridge. What could he possibly be leading him to? He figured one of his hunting party had been hurt and needed help. Of course, he wouldn't have had to speculate if the man would just stop and talk to him for 5 minutes. Vern lost sight of the guy just past a turn in the trail. The trail opened up into an incredibly steep, rocky talus slope. He looked in every direction and could not locate the man when he heard a whistle. Looking up, he saw the guy about 500 feet up the rocky slope waving at him. There was no possible way that he could have gotten up that far in just a short time that Vern lost sight of him. He still didn't feel any fear or wariness about this weird situation. The man was waving more frantically now, practically begging Vern to follow him up the slope. With a sigh and a grunt, he started up the rocks. It was slow going. Every other step caused a mini rock slide and would cause him to continually lose his footing. Huffing and puffing on the cool, thin air, my cousin eventually made it to a small landing. It had taken him almost 45 minutes to get to that spot, where he saw the man from below. There was no earthly way anyone could have done that scramble uphill any faster. Totally exhausted and out of breath, Vern sat down on the stone landing. He looked around and couldn't see the man anywhere. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw something odd poking out of a boulder about 20 feet away from him. Walking over to it, he found a weathered boot. 2 boots, actually. Inside those boots, and under the boulder as well, were bones. Vern looked around once again for the man, but he never saw him again. Instead of feeling eerie or unnerving, Vern felt a sense of relief wash over him. These emotions weren't his own. What he felt seemed to come from all around him. He marked the spot with his GPS and decided to make his way down and call the authorities. The Lemhi County Sheriff's Office responded, and he led them up the canyon to the body. It took 4 grown men to push the boulder out of the way, and when they did, they found the skeletonized remains of a man. On the body, they found hunting equipment and some personal effects. From a credit card in the wallet, they were able to identify the man. He was a bow hunter that had gone missing almost exactly 53 years beforehand. Vern never wanted to be identified to the public or the missing hunter's family. He didn't want recognition for something like that. To him, It was just one of those bizarre mountain stories. He was happy that the family got closure, even if it was a half a century later. The only thing that bothered him was the man leading him up the canyon, and with his strange and sudden disappearance. He had mentioned the waving man to the sheriff but was brushed off. When news reports came out announcing the discovery, several photos of the man were published. Vern was absolutely shocked when he saw them. In the photos was the man that he had seen leading him up the mountain to the body. It finally made sense to him. The man's distressful look, the constant checking if Vern was following him, the sense of relief he felt when the body was discovered. That man was desperate to get home, and through Vern, he was able to be reunited with his family. The poster of this story also linked to a news article, and this news article is a news article about the man that was found. I'm going to read that news article now. Idaho Falls. For most of his life, September has been a hard month for Jeffrey Jones. He was born on September 7th, his dad's 27th birthday, and for 12 years they celebrated their special day together. But in 1968, on their birthday, Jeffrey's dad, Raymond Jones, went hunting in the East Fork of Hayden Creek in Lemhi County and never returned. Every September, the memories come rushing back, Jeffrey tells EastIdahoNews.com. Several years ago, I got a tattoo on my arm that's a portrait of my dad. It has September 7th on it, and the phrase, "Wake me up when September ends," from the Green Day song. 2 weeks ago, Jeffrey turned 65 on the day his dad would have turned 92. 3 days later, a bow hunter found a wallet, boot, and some skeletal remains in the area where Raymond disappeared. Lemhi County Sheriff deputies were called and determined the 53-year mystery of the lost hunter had been solved. The bow hunter was going from one hunting area to another and took a shortcut and just happened to come across my dad, Jeffrey explains. It's quite amazing because they had a lot of people up there searching for him, along with helicopters and scent dogs, but they never did find him. Jeffrey remembers his outgoing, well-liked dad always had a smile on his face. Raymond and his wife, Elizabeth Betty Jones, married in the mid-1950s and loved dancing, fishing, and doing everything together. They spent time racing stock cars, but one day, Betty was in a terrible wreck that paralyzed her from the waist down. That had a lot to do with them splitting up, and they ended up divorcing, Jeffrey says. My sisters and I stayed with my mom in Montana, while my dad moved to Salmon and remarried. He would come get me in his plane and take me back to Salmon for 2 to 3 weeks every summer, and then bring me back home. Even though it's been over 5 decades, Jeffrey will never forget learning his father was missing. He was with his mom in Montana celebrating his 12th birthday when they received a phone call from 2 of his uncles saying Raymond had disappeared while hunting. 2 days later, a birthday card for Jeffrey arrived in the mail from his dad that must have been sent before the hunting trip. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up, Jeffrey says. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day. Betty passed away in 1986. Raymond's second wife is still living in Montana, but his parents and siblings have died, except for his 89-year-old sister. Jeffrey says he never expected the call he received last week from a deputy saying his father's remains had been found. Since then, he's spoken with the bow hunter who discovered his dad. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him, Jeffrey says. I couldn't ask for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy. The hunter, whose name has not been released, told Jeffrey there were cliffs with layers of slab rock above Raymond's remains. Before he left camp, Raymond told other hunters that he was going to look for mountain goats. The bow hunter believes Raymond may have seen some at the top of the cliffs and tried to climb them. He could have been tempted to climb it, and the hunter thinks rock came off that cliff and landed on him, Jeffrey says. There was a stone covering most of his lower body, and it matched the rock above him. If the fall didn't kill him, that rock for sure did. That was the opinion of the hunter. Jeffrey plans to travel from his home in Billings to Salmon this weekend to collect his father's remains. He will take them to Miles City, Montana, and have them buried next to Raymond's parents. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years, Jeffrey says. I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace. My family deer camp is still a tent camp in northwestern Michigan. We have a 16-foot by 16-foot Korean War era canvas tent for sleeping, and a Boy Scout wall tent for cooking. Anyway, we used to camp in a small clearing on public property that's about 50 yards from the road. One night, I was woken up at around 3 to 4 a.m. by the sound of the scariest, loudest scream I've ever heard. It was just one long, single scream, but it sounded like a woman was being murdered about 100 yards away from me. Nobody else in the tent heard it, or was woken up by it. To this day, I still don't know what it was, but I have to guess something like an owl or a fox. Another time, I was walking to my ground blind, I think on an opening morning of firearm deer season. I walked up a 2-track road about a quarter-mile to my trail, which I have marked with a reflective pin, but I almost never walk in with a light on, as I can see pretty well in the dark. As I was walking, it just felt like I had passed my trail, so I turned my headlamp on to find the reflective pin. After I found it, I was turning around as I shut it off, and there was about 6 to 8 pairs of red glowing eyes, about 1 to 2 feet off the ground, staring at me. I tried shining my light directly at them, but I was never able to see what they were, and they never moved or blinked. I was a bit freaked out, so I just drew my sidearm and continued up the trail to my blind. Now, even 10 years later, every time I walk that 2-track trail, I look at that spot, but I've never seen those eyes again. My family has a hunting property in the mountains where there's no cell phone service, internet, or even a landline. I go there by myself often, and in the event of an emergency, have no way to call for help unless I can get to my vehicle and drive far enough away to get cell service. So I'm very safety conscious. Anyway, one night I was leaving the property after dark. When I approached the gate in my vehicle, there was a loud explosion. My hunting partner and I was not alone this time, had to get out, unlock and relock the gate thinking someone might be genuinely trying to kill us. Later, through asking around, we discovered that some local men who live in that area thought it was funny to set out some tanerite nearby and shoot it when we exited our property. One of them in particular is a severe alcoholic, known for brandishing loaded weapons at people. I'm always concerned that he'll come around whenever I'm there, and since I'm a woman, I worry that he might try to harass me, even worse than he has my male relatives. I was duck hunting with my dad and his friend while I was a young kid on the backwaters of the Mississippi River. It was a late season, and ice was starting to form, and only one other hunter was out that day. The blind was in open water, but ice was slowly building from the shoreline. The water was fairly deep. My dad and his buddy could walk in it, but as a kid, it was just over my chest waders deep, so I stepped out of the boat directly into the duck blind. After a while, someone wounds a duck, and my dad takes the boat out to try to retrieve the downed bird. At the same time, the only other hunter decides he is done for the day and starts heading to the boat ramp. Instead of cutting out the open water in front of us, he breaks ice all the way back, loosening a giant chunk of ice. The wind happens to be blowing from this direction, so now a giant chunk of ice is bearing down on the blind. The ice is not thick enough to walk on, but it's heavy enough to start to cave in the duck blind. Dad's friend gets out and is trying to break it piece by piece to keep it from completely collapsing the blind while I'm in it. And I'm shooting up all my rounds trying to get my dad's attention to come back to the blind. He finally comes back and I get in the boat. A few minutes after, we get all the decoys picked up. The ice completely collapses the duck blind. We move to another location and keep hunting. I ended up shooting a ruddy duck that day. It was my second ever duck, and still the only ruddy duck I have ever gotten. A buddy and I went hunting over a long weekend a few years ago. We hiked into our hunting terrain and stayed in a tent. This was in the middle of nowhere in the Norwegian wilderness, and we had exclusive hunting rights to that area, so we didn't really expect any other people to be there. No cell service within something like a 5 to 6 kilometer radius, and something like 10 kilometers to our cars. We were camped next to a small lake, and didn't see any other people there for the first couple of days. On our last night there, we were eating dinner next to our campfire pretty late at night, so everything outside our immediate surroundings was pitch black. Suddenly, we heard someone take a shot on the other side of the lake with what sounded like a rifle. We thought it was a bit strange, since there shouldn't have been any other hunters anywhere close by, but we just figured that someone was messing around further away than it sounded like. We forgot about it and settled back in to eat. After another 5 to 10 minutes, someone took a second shot, which sounded like it came from much closer to us. This time, the bullet hit some rocks right next to us, like 5 meters or so. We both sort of froze for like a few seconds while looking at each other, and then just ran to our tent to pick up our shotguns. We then ran quite a ways into the woods and just hunkered down. After a few minutes, we heard another shot, and we were pretty sure that it hit our tent, which later turned out to be correct. We obviously had no idea of what to do. We couldn't call the cops since there was no cell service, and it was completely dark, so we couldn't really hike out of there without using flashlights, which seemed like a terrible idea. We ended up finding a downed tree with a little cave-like thing under the roots, and just sat there until morning. We then packed up as quickly as possible, and basically ran back to our cars where we called the cops. The cops took it pretty seriously, it seemed like, but nothing ever came out of the investigation. We still have no idea what happened or who could have possibly done it. There was absolutely no reason for anyone to be out there with a gun, unless they were poachers, which is almost unheard of in Norway. I've never been so scared in my life, and it definitely took a few years before we went back. I've always been super creeped out by this experience, and I've thought a long time about posting it, but it wasn't until I told one of my friends this story that they pointed out that this might be a Men in Black type story. Anyway, here we go. It was my middle brother's 10th birthday party, so this was 2006, and the woods I grew up as my backyard was Seneca Creek Park, which is also where Blair Witch supposedly took place. My brother's birthday party was pirate themed, and I guess my mom had given us chocolate coins for treasure. I don't really remember why, but all the boys at my party, myself and my mom, walked through the woods before having cake. My youngest brother Jesse, 6 at the time, told me when we got back to the house that he left his coins by the bridge in the woods. That part of the woods was where a fork came in the path. Left was the bridge leading to a walking trail, and right was deeper on the path headed near the creek. So I decided I would go and find his coins, and told him to come with me. Oddly enough, my mom warned us not to go, but we still did, and for some reason she let us. The bridge was about a 5-minute walk from the bottom of our hill that was our backyard. We walked into the woods and everything was normal, just like it was when we were there with the group. We finally made it to the bridge, and I found Jesse's coins right away. I was bent down, and Jesse was behind me, and I looked up while grabbing the coin, and there's a man in all white with a white-brimmed hat. I thought it was a cowboy hat, and then a man behind him wearing all white too but no hat. They appeared out of nowhere, and I started backing up right away when I saw the first man because I felt pure fear. He saw me scared and backing off, and he said, "I don't bite." That's when I told Jesse to run, and I was screaming run, and we ran home. I didn't even check to see if they were following us, but we ran all the way out of the woods and up the hill screaming because the group plus my mom were on the back deck. And I knew that if the men knew people were listening for us, maybe they wouldn't chase us. We told the boys and my mom what had happened, and my mom said, "See, I told you so." And that was it. It was so scary, and they truly came out of nowhere. They just appeared. My brother remembers this just as vividly as I do. Has anyone ever encountered men in all white in the woods? I never really knew what all this meant, but it was so creepy, and this is probably the best place to try and figure it out. Thank you for reading this far. I'll try to answer any questions. I live in the countryside of France. My village is settled at the top of a hill and surrounded by forests and crops with no stores nor a bakery. My parents' house is near 2 farms, and behind the garden there are large crops. These are essential elements to the story. The bathroom's window overlooks the garden. Before my parents built a veranda, there were curtains, so every time I closed it when I was going to the bathroom, which made my family laugh. "Why are you closing it? No one's watching you." I was like, "We don't know that. It's just in case." Then the veranda was built, and my dad got rid of the curtains and put strips on the window. I got worried, because I love to know that I have intimacy when going to the bathroom. And I even showed my parents that when we were standing at the end of the garden, we can see us in the bathroom. Of course, they laughed. "You're just being paranoid." Weeks passed, and then I noticed a tractor being parked just at the end of the garden. Every night the tractor was there. My parents also noticed it and thought it was weird. We have lived there for 20 years, and it has never happened before. Sometimes we felt like we were being watched, but we shrugged it off, thinking that we were just being paranoid. My dad came to talk to the farmer to get rid of the tractor, and then it disappeared for a while. Today, I was smoking outside, and my mom came up to me and told me, "I think you're right. We are being watched." Yesterday night, I was going to the bathroom, and the tractor was parked in front of the garden with its headlights illuminating the bathroom's window. I turned the light off and went to the veranda and took a picture. Then he left. I'm glad that I was right, but worried because I don't know how long he or she has been stalking us in the bathroom. What are your thoughts on this? Thanks for reading. First time posting here or anywhere. Wanted to recount a bizarre series of events from my childhood and figured that this was the best place to do it, particularly because I have very little karma and cannot post much anywhere else. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full-time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mosheim near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, in that area for a good many of years. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area in Tennessee after having spent the majority of my adult life in Minnesota. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents' house. learning to shoot on the same 22 with which Grandpa had taught Mom, feeding fish at a neighbor's stocked pond, or spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mom, she in turn told me a story about a time I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first, I had no idea what she was going on about. Then I remembered exactly what happened with startling clarity. New context given by the experience adulthood provides. And no, this was not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. Before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by a grass lawn. The lawn gave away to a smallish hay field, then a wood line. Those woods lasted for a good half-mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hay field because it was too pokey to play in, but liked to hang out in a creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would like to walk to the edge of the property just in the wood line to avoid the hay. While at my grandparents', the only rules were that I stay where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere I went. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettably young age, and the best part of the creek was outside of the house. That was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in the water splashing around, skipping stones and being a kid. One day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger on the bank watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin so dirty that it was stained. I could not tell his age, and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist that I thought was a Moses dress, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories. Around his neck, there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of detritus, mostly bones, but some flowers and bits of dark glass. When I first saw him there by the creek, I was terrified. Terrified. Frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down, in a kind of "don't stop for me" wave. I didn't react, startled and reeling. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back, and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks in the water, and so did I. I pushed him. He pushed me back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man stopped in his tracks, gaze fixed back towards the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked to me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole way, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waited in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone. I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, grip like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began. I didn't really have new words. The event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came back from work. He was told about my churlishness and was ready to set into me again when I started talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how we played, and then he disappeared. I remember they digested this for a few minutes before sending me to my room. I was happy to go, and happier still, Grandpa did not yell like he usually did when we misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield, turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Sometimes I would throw them into the air like they were clay pigeons. These escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious. Eventually, he asked me how Harry was the man, really. I told him very, thinking it was the right answer. He asked where. I told him everywhere like a bear. He ruminated on this and grew more nervous, worried I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble wherever it lay to end. So, when he finally asked me to swear in the name of Christ and on my mother that I was telling the truth about everyone, I said I had been joking. He finally yelled then and sent me back to my room. The family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everyone was very upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go to the creek. In my memory, I stayed away for a very long time, but I am sure it was only a few days, that hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary age self. I did start going to the creek. I took a bucket of toys, mostly Godzilla, and a thick stick plucked from the wood line on the way. I think I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me, having watched for who knows how long before I smelled him. I scrambled away, leaving behind my stick and toys, coming to my feet a yard out. I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much and I started to lecture the man, telling him about how he got me in trouble, how he was a weirdo, how he stank. At some point, he stopped looking around my things and calmly watched my tirade. Face still neutral, eyes analytic. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout, having become hot in the sun. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree until he turned, said something, not a word I knew or to this day even know, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply despite knowing he wanted me to follow. After a few moments he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making approving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard to keep up. Eventually he would stop when he lost me, knocking on trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmically so I may find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises. I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place being behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bald. The man had me wait there, indicated by patting the ground before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction, pulling a sled. It was made from a half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark. On the back half there rested the fly-covered carcasses, squirrels, possums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man necklaces. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed Ghidorah in the pouch. He then called me closer with a glottal noise and beckoning wave. I saw the sledge pouches held many odds and ends, dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square made out of bound-together sticks, just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a bit of purple crystal. These he handed to me with an air of business and a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground for me to set again. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding we had traded the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I did not much miss Ghidorah anyway, as he was a bad guy. The bucket was a loss. In retrospect, I think Ghidorah was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things. The man came back and gestured for me to follow by slapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times. I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, from out in the field. The man would not cross the creek but pushed me to do so. I did but did not go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around to the opposite side. There I laid the shrubs by our front door, pretending to sleep. I was found. I swore I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold, crystal, and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back to the creek to pick up my toys. The man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water, or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy dried meat, which I ought not to have ate, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I still would eat. Taken from my old bucket, he seldom visited long, and never splashed and whooped like he did on a first meeting. At this point, you may be wondering why I've posted on Backwoods Creepy and not Backwoods Weird but Wholesome, I guess. There were 2 more occasions I want to account. One gruesome, one awful. The eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. During the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. The man, after stowing the bang snaps in the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy to the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider, which struggled meekly in his grasp. One leg knocked clean off. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit in his hand. The other came to a flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. The thing struggled and bled as it was dissected, the dome eventually coming free. The turtle dropped to mingle its viscera with dirt and sand. The man rinsed the shell in the river, then offered it to me. In wordless horror, I ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowing waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting me again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me. On others, he would leave. The last time, we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails. From the woods, there came whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious and felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as asked. He took me back to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the wood. Waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless, wrapped at the waist. She was dirty with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap, but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed to me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do and didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose. And I learned under all that dirt they were a her. The man made a noise and drummed on the woman's bare back. The kid looked at them, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at the girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl stumbled towards me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me, should she have straightened up. The man and woman fussed some more, and the girl leaned close and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud it was all I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of snaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair in one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and roomy, the other startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. I fled. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground. I did not look back, and they did not pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what had happened, wanting to forget, not wanting to get in trouble, not thinking about the girl, the couple, what was intended for me. I spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of bird call in the wind, or the distant tapping of wood and hurry inside. My grandma could tell something was wrong and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in his errands, as he never had before. Eventually school started. Classes and friends eased me away from thoughts of the dirty man or the people in the clearing. Time did the rest. I think now that of all the people in the clearing were of a family, but their features, white skin, brown eyes, brown hair are common enough that they could have been unrelated. I am sure they lived together. They knew each other's signs and signals. They used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin, and that through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a run-down shack is someone's somebody. I guess I'm asking if the people in my story are somebody's someone, or if they are known, or if their behavior rings any bells. The lies, any known intention. I figured here, where the tale would not be discounted out of hand, might be the right place to ask. I was in Blue Ridge, Georgia and young, must have been 8 or 9. My parents went for a walk, and I decided to stay home due to the neighbor's dog scaring me so much. I no longer remember what it was that caused me to go outside on the porch, but I did. There, a good 50 feet away from the house, was a young buck, velvety antlers starting to grow. As I stared at it, I had the most bizarre vision. It was like someone suddenly switched my eyes to X-ray, and I panicked that lightning had struck the deer, because it was suddenly inverted and I could see its bones through it. Like an actual X-ray, some coloration, you could see the outline of its entire body, and then its bones as if they were painted over its body. An instant later, my vision corrected. The deer was back to normal, and I had a panic attack in the crawl space. I was scared to be near windows in case it was lightning and I would be struck. This has never happened to me again. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that it's likely that this was just a mountain lion. Either way, it's one of the scariest things that has happened to me in the woods. In early March of 2021, I was just barely recovering from a significant concussion, enough to where I could drive again. I still couldn't work for another few weeks and couldn't look at screens or even read, so I was spending plenty of my time just going on short walks and such to pass the time in ways that didn't aggravate my head. I went to a small trailhead that I hadn't been to before. If it weren't for the trees, I think houses about 1/2 mile away or less would have been visible from the parking lot, so I wasn't exactly deep into the wilderness. I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't go. I was alone, but as always, I was armed with my CCW and figured I was just being goofy because it was a dreary, cloudy day with some chill and a slight breeze. I approached the trailhead feeling very strange, like I shouldn't be there. I saw a single car in the parking area and figured that maybe since a previous car of mine had been broken into at a trailhead a few years previous, I was worried that it would happen again with my car now, being the only other one up there. I backed in and hung out for a few minutes. 2 dudes with fishing poles came from the left, where I couldn't see, but could clearly hear a rushing river. They got in their car and left, and my "I shouldn't be here" sense persisted. Being an idiot, I still got out and headed up the trail. I had no idea how long it was or where it went, but I didn't really intend on going the full way unless it was short. I just wanted to walk for a little while outdoors. The trees hadn't gotten their leaves back, and it was a dreary day as I mentioned earlier, but that usually doesn't put me on edge. As I walked, the strong feeling to turn back got more and more obvious. I felt myself glancing all over literally constantly. It wasn't even fun anymore to be up there. It's only been a couple of minutes too. I mean, the feeling of dread was so immediately strong that I could still see my car in the parking lot when I finally decided that it was time to go, because it has gotten that strong so quickly. I turned around, hand on my pistol in its holster, and stopped to listen. A few seconds after I turned around, I heard a big footstep off to my right. It was a big snap of a branch that had been on the ground already, maybe 25 to 30 yards away. I'm not sure if it matters that the branch was already on the ground, other than I know that it wasn't deadfall. I've been working in audio for way too long, and can tell you a lot about an event simply by how it sounds. That might sound silly, but it's important to know that I could 100% tell that it was a footstep that had, likely accidentally, stepped on a branch that was already present on the forest floor. I waited a second or two after this big snap to head out. I looked over at the place that it had come from, able to see what felt like a decent amount because of the lack of leaves on the trees, but I couldn't see anything that looked alive. Not wanting to trigger a pursuit instinct in whatever it was, I started walking down the trail. I had my sidearm in hand, drawn at that point. My car wasn't far, and I'm a naturally fast walker, so this seemed like the best course of action. I got back to my car in a minute or two, and heard nothing at all besides the nearby river rushing by. Having backed into my spot, I started my car and put it in drive, but had my foot on the brakes. I wanted to see if anything came into sight, and then peel out of there if so. Nothing ever showed itself. Not that I could see anyways. As I left the area, the dreadful feeling went away, and I had a normal rest of my day, but shaken up a little. I don't know what it was, and don't make any claims. As I mentioned at the very beginning, it was probably a mountain lion as this occurred near the Box Elder area of Utah, and they're often seen coming down into the cities. So, one still in the mountains. but only half a mile from some fancy houses probably isn't too strange. Either way, a few things still strike me to this day. 1. Whatever it was clearly knew that it had revealed itself when it stepped on the branch, and was smart enough to recognize that I immediately looked in its general direction as a result. The fact that something saw me notice its mistake, and that I still saw absolutely nothing in turn during the middle of the day still freaks me out. Mountain lions are notorious for their natural camouflage, so this still tracks. The sense of dread, number 2, before I even got to the trailhead. I felt this a few times, as you might see in my other post in r/The Truth Is Here. But even then, I didn't feel the same dread like I did here on this little trail. I knew that I was going to be in danger, then ignored that, and then knew there were eyes on me by something that I couldn't see myself. Then that instinctual knowledge was confirmed when there was very clearly a large step taken among the trees to my right. I've had a handful of stories similar to this one that are also 100% real things that have happened to me that I think I'll try to post someday. I keep running into similar situations because I keep going out when I have the sense that I should not. Maybe someday I'll learn. I was traveling solo around the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State and making various stops in the Olympic National Park. I decided to stop in Quinault for the first time and took a random road that dead-ended at a beautiful spot at the edge of Quinault River. There was an ancient footbridge that led across the river, but it looked like it might collapse if I tried to cross it, so I decided not to. It was off-season, and I was not in a tourist area. I was the only one there. It was so unusually hot outside that I decided I needed to get in that water. I backed my car all the way to the edge of the dead-end road, faced it out in the direction I would need to leave, and started hiking through thick brush down an embankment to the edge of the water. There was no path. It was a pretty rugged area. It was mid-fall, and I didn't have a suit since I didn't plan on swimming, so I took my clothes off and got in the water in my bra and underwear. I had a nice swim, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was in the middle of nowhere. After about 5 minutes, the creepy feeling was enough for me to want to head back, so I started to climb out, turned my back to the other side of the river, and walked towards my clothes and shoes that I had left behind. When I turned around, there was a big, small man standing in plain view, just across from me on the other side of the river, but higher up on his embankment than I was on mine. He was wearing a poncho made of animal pelts, had long hair full of sticks and twigs, and looked like he had been living out in the wild for a very long time. We stood and stared at each other, me in frozen terror, for what felt like forever, when all of a sudden he frantically took off in the direction of the footbridge leading across the water. I grabbed my car key, tried to grab my clothes and shoes, but they tangled up in some blackberry vines, so I left everything and went running for my life, through the thick brush and blackberries, barefoot in my underwear, trying to make it to the car before he made it across the river. There was no doubt in my mind that he was trying to harm me. When I made it out of the blackberries, I could see that he was crossing the bridge towards me rapidly. I got to my car and flung my door open just as he arrived. I locked the doors while he pounded on the hood of my car, just screaming and grunting non-verbally. The moment he went for my driver's side door, I hit the gas and took off as fast as I could. I looked back and he was chasing after me. He must have run after my car for at least a mile until he faded from view. I was bleeding everywhere from running nearly naked through blackberries. I was wet, unclothed, shaking and crying. Had I hesitated for literally 10 seconds longer, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Even typing this story out again all these years later, I am starting to shake. I felt like I was being hunted. That is the only way that I can describe it. I will never go back to that area. Since that moment, I always bring a hiking buddy with me when I venture out into the forest. That day is going to haunt me for life. I've had many years of therapy, and that experience is still as vivid as the day it happened. Have you ever experienced anything strange in and around Florida? Apologies if this isn't allowed. I got to thinking after a couple of weird things I experienced in my hometown, and it had me thinking if anybody else has experienced anything. Back when we were teens, me and my brother were out for a walk outside of our neighborhood. Where we were walking was kind of wooded, but the houses were still pretty close together, yet considerably more in the boonies compared to our place. Anyways, we had almost completed the loop of the area, and were around the bend going towards the exit when we heard something odd. I remember there was a helicopter overhead. Around the time, we both heard this weird guttural yell/growl, like right next to us. It was so close. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, an angry house cat, and yet oddly human-like all at once. We both just froze and looked at each other startled, and started looking around for the source, but there wasn't a single cat or anything animal-like about. I was pretty freaked out and practically sped walked to the road. All the while, my brother kept asking me what the F that was, but I was too spooked to talk about it. It was like a primal type fear. In an instant we heard it, and I just kept looking over my shoulder the whole way back. Anyways, pretty benign compared to the other stories I've read on here, and I'm sure there's an explanation to the sound, but it did have me wondering, has anyone else experienced weird stuff in Florida? I live in the heart of the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. This makes for a beautiful, albeit rugged wilderness that can shift from pleasant to dangerous, empty to heavily populated in the blink of an eye. Phoenix and Flagstaff are separated by roughly 100 or so miles of pretty isolated backwoods driving. There is one stretch between communities where there aren't homes or residential areas at all for about 50 of those miles. This is national forest for outdoor recreation. The only buildings are ranger stations and one space observatory that is pretty far back into the forest. The observatory has many weird legends about it, like being privately owned by the Vatican, which there is some evidence for. My mom was driving between townships in this very isolated span of woodland when she came upon a boy walking down the roadway. He looked to be maybe 15 years old. My mom doesn't stop for people as a general rule, but she turned around and decided to help the kid out. Only when she circled back around did she realize her mistake. The pedestrian wasn't a boy, but a small man close to her age. He had boyish characteristics, but was dirty and strange. Even his clothes were weird, almost too plain, as if handmade. He tried to get in the car, but my mom kept it locked. She questioned him for a bit and learned that he was an android, trying to make his way back to the colony. He explained that there was a camp of homeless people, what he called vagrants, that were being reconfigured into androids. These androids weren't allowed to drive or interact with humans as a whole. That was not unless they became separated from the rest of the colony. This wouldn't stand out as strange if not for all the other stories that I've heard about this place. A ramshackle place with plywood buildings and other roadside trash coaxed into shelter. Cult and commune are the usual labels. And word is, they all dress exactly the same. In late summer of 2019, I'd say maybe a couple of miles away from Montello, I was walking down in the woods in Marquette County, Wisconsin. I decided to go in the night after dark because there would be no heat, and I didn't want to get heat stroke out there. I was taking a walk on a foot trail some people used and made, but it's not an actual trail on any maps. Anyways, moments before the experience happened, I checked my phone and it was 1:42 a.m. A couple of minutes later I hear, "Hey bro, can you help me?" from a direction I was facing, and I said, "With what?" They said come closer, which made me choose to run back down the way that I came, And yes, I got chased down and heard, "I need some help, bro." Funnily enough, a deputy was driving by as I floored it out of there, as the dude hit my car with a knife, scratched my truck a bit, and dented it. This happened in September. No, the deputy did not do anything, as I don't think that they really cared. I was camping with my kids when I woke up to the sound of blood-curdling screaming. It was my own kids screaming. They were pointing at the tent door. The zipper was unzipping, and a tiny hand came in and was trying to pull my backpack out. I forgot that there were raisins in it. Raccoons. My kids were terrified of raccoons before this happened, so their screaming was intense. They calmed down after a couple of minutes, and I expected to hear someone shout, "Everything okay over there?" or for a park ranger to walk up, because there were lots of campers in sites nearby, and my kids were screaming bloody murder, like straight from a horror movie. But no one checked on us. I imagine maybe they were all laying there too scared to move, in case they were the next ones to be murdered, and that maybe they are still wondering about the screaming ghosts or unreported murder to this day. I took a trip to stay in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia, United States. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up the mountains, away from civilization, and even the cabins were spread far apart. The front deck of the cabin was completely exposed to the woods, so I acknowledged that any animals could stroll along if they pleased. But I stayed there for about a week, and me and my boyfriend sat outside on the front deck every night, very late, and at no point felt in danger. It was peaceful with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. Until the fifth night. It was eerily dark too. The moon was covered heavily. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. I genuinely feared for my life. I sat there in my chair looking out into the dark forest, trying to rationalize and calm myself down, that it was just my mind playing tricks. But all of a sudden, my boyfriend said out loud that he felt unsafe. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. We then both heard a blood-curdling scream, and we pulled out a flashlight to see what it was. Turns out it was a gray fox. They make scary screaming noises. The weird part was that the fox was running and had its ears and tail down like it was scared. This was in June, and I read that foxes scream like that when it's mating season or if they're in danger. Their mating season is winter, and this happened in June. So I do believe that this fox was in danger, or afraid, as well, adding to our fear. The cabin has 3 floors, and we were able to climb out the window and sit on the roof, because we still wanted to be outside and relax. Didn't matter how high up I was. I felt something truly evil and stayed inside. The only other time I felt something so evil, or like someone was watching, was when I had a few paranormal experiences at a haunted house. Georgia doesn't really get mountain lions that often. Maybe a bear, but it didn't feel that way at all. It felt unnatural. I've lived in the backwoods of Northern California most of my life, hours north of the Bay Area. So with that being said, I have a million weird or creepy stories, most of which can probably be blamed on wildlife, but not all of them. This would have been about 2 years back now. I was living in an isolated neighborhood with my parents right at the edge of a thin, dry national forest. Anyway, one night I woke up at about 5 a.m. to the loud sound and purple light of the garbage truck speeding by. After that, I couldn't get to sleep. A few minutes after, I get up and start walking down to the kitchen for a midnight, or I guess early morning, snack. Out of boredom and insomnia, I decide to go into the backyard. It was an unusually warm, dry night for the season, and it felt nice to get outside, but something caught on in the corner of my eye. I looked up to see this huge ball of light in the sky, completely still, just a little bit above the neighbor's roof. I stand and stare for about 30 seconds to a minute, and run back inside completely freaked out. Does anyone know what this could be? It was completely clear, and in Northern California, not a place for weather. So I've ruled out ball lightning, and I'm kind of stumped. So here's a little less backwoods, but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the California-Nevada border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area. Big biker route to Reno, Tahoe. Excellent outdoor camping and hiking into Yosemite high country, rich in wildlife. Crazy old history with native tribes and the gold rush of the West. Has Bodie Ghost Town nearby. And my favorite is the world-class trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town way back in the day, which I thought was cool. The town is small and has your typical 20-building Main Street USA to match the field, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp up near Twin Lakes, just outside of town about 10 miles, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Reno's, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So one night we do this, and afterwards we're on our way back to camp at twilight. Just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but still densely dark with billions of stars out in force. Now this road back to the camping area would zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranch land. It's a narrow 2 lanes edged by barbed wire and an irrigation canal, and minimal streetlights, if any at all. Literally can only think of one installed by the Dude Ranch out here. So, we drive back to camp, having to use our brights due to the dark, and making sure to keep an eye out for deer. And when we finally pull into camp, my mom immediately asks, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" Perplexed and a little amused by the idea, I say, "No, where was this?" "On the side of the road near the cows. He was shirtless walking along the road." I had been driving behind her and my dad. There is no way I could have missed this had someone been there. Nobody in our car saw him, and my dad said that he didn't either when she initially saw him. Not shocking for my dad, though. However, also not shocking would be my mom seeing something paranormal. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead, excuse the pun, serious. Even described the color of the shorts, his hairstyle. Said he was walking the same direction we were traveling, so she couldn't see his face and had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to that conclusion that maybe it was in fact a ghost. After all, it was dark and late. Nobody else had seen him. And even in the summer, the Sierras are high enough in elevation and have crazy enough weather to easily kill someone who wasn't prepared for the cold night. Especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I've woken up to the teens for temperature. And where she was describing was in the literal middle of nowhere in these fields. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk to camp in the dark. But I guess anything is possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, same one who got scratched in a previous post I wrote, left the cooler out after the rest of us went to bed, and a bear got a buffet out of us. So we decided that we'll make the most of it and go back to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and get in dinner again. This time, on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigging and zagging through the fields, when all of a sudden there was a bright set of headlights right on my butt. Looking back, I could tell this had to be some sort of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar rearing up on my SUV. So close at times, I thought we were going to get rammed. I started speeding up a little at first, but this car stays right on me. I'm starting to get annoyed and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road at night that anyone wanting to pass could very easily and safely do so, and there isn't any area you could really pull over without risking pulling into a ditch and getting stuck. So I continue speeding up, but I'm getting concerned because I know the hills are coming up, and there are deer by the thousands in this area. But this car's lights keep pressing. My wife, then girlfriend and friends, start getting a little freaked out as well, thinking about the backwoods BS butthole of a human being that is pulling this. And this continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods, and I get a really heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head saying, "Slow the F down." So do or die, I start pressing the brakes, hard, fully expecting this truck to ram us. As I do this, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a pack of 6 or so deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately a little shaken up. It's always a little startling when you see animals out of the dark while driving, especially big ones. And then it dawns on me that I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone. Just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from a vehicle pulling off the road. Nothing screaming by us in the other lane. And no road for them to even have turned off on. Headlights lighting up the tree or area. And then I see my folks coming driving up right behind us. All of us are dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road, and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and adrenaline immediately gets me a bit irritated. So I start ranting off about how stupid this guy was and how we could have died. Blah, 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 really making everyone feel good. When we get out of the cars, my mom immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk. But I get even more angry when she calls me an idiot for taking off like that on such a dangerous road in the dark, and how lucky I am to have not killed us all with those deer, and how I needed to be more careful, etc. Well, if that butthole hadn't been riding my butt, it wouldn't have been such an issue, I say. "What are you talking about?" she responds. "There wasn't anyone behind you." Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me, and they start chiming in about the truck, and I start talking about how I finally had enough and listened to my gut and reason, deciding to slow down just as we come to find the deer, and how the truck was just gone. It gave my mom chills, and she apologized but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the trip had been. I'll give this to my mom. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something I think a lot of parents neglect to do for their kids. It's funny, because I always heard similar experiences from country towns back east, or folklore of ghost trucks, and thought how stupid it sounded. But now, after experiencing it, holy crap, is it dangerous. Plain dangerous. I'd never wish that on anyone. This road hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it with a lot more caution now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy in the truck were somehow connected, but never found out anything about it. Only God knows, I guess. Thank you for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Have a great night, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.